live. There we go. I'm going to wait till at least I can see myself before I say hello.
Live now. I can see
All
you.
right. Hello, kind and gentle folk. How are we doing today? We are getting started. We have everyone loaded up. I know it's shocking. We're actually organized today, which is pretty darn exciting. I will wait for a couple minutes before I do the, if you're on YouTube, pitch. It's interesting, the algorithms on YouTube about liking, because YouTube now treats live streams like videos, so liking is actually very important to the algorithm. So if you're on YouTube, like the video. And if you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe. And if you have any questions, put them down there in the comments, and either I or someone from Pixologic will answer it. But we'll get back to that again.
And if you're watching this live, we are not Shane Olson.
Oh, yeah. All right. I say this every week. But let's put this on the list. Let's actually get my, what is the little title bar thing called? The frame?
Title?
No.
Oh, yeah, an overlay.
An overlay. I have an overlay that they've sent me. I just, for some reason, when we did the OBS thing, I got it all befuddly stuffed in a corner or something. Hey, Raytheon, how's it going? How's the old UK doing? I was just thinking about how much I missed it. I miss London a lot, actually. I have a lot of fun there. But my business partners moved to Spain. I guess we still have the space in London, but we're now in Spain. And Spain's cool. I like Spain. But London's a lot more entertaining. All right. So we're doing crits. Oh, yeah, you're up late, aren't you? Or up early, however you want to play it. Yeah.
Let's move to the Twitch streaming channel in Discord.
Oh, good point. Boop. Education, Twitch stream. There we go. There we are. Is that right? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. I know. Always showing my Discord channel and everything. I'm still not very good at that. Wow, have you been up partying?
No, I just work nights all the time.
Oh, okay. You're like me. I go to bed 2:33 regularly. And everyone's like, oh. I'm like, no, that's what time I go to bed.
I normally finish at 6 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually go to, recently I've been getting later about 4, wake up around 9:30, 10. It's a good rhythm. I must say that I miss London. There's good food, excellent Ethiopian food, really good Indian food. Actually, there's good everything food. Good eating in London.
Good steaks as well.
Yep. Indeed. All right. So we are going to start with a user. I like the gladius shape. I find the gladius a really nice shape.
Yeah, the blade and the handle are assets from somebody else, but the actual hilts,
Yeah.
I've been working on.
Yeah. I've really... since the blade is nice and sharp, the only thing I would say is, especially, is this for miniatures? Or
Yep, it is.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I would just say make sure that you do come back and crisp some of your edges up, because what is it now? It used to be 28. It's like 32 mil. Is that the standard size?
Yeah. 32 mil.
At 32 mil, and especially in the plastic injection process, if they don't have like an overpressure plastic injector, because a lot of the new injectors will inject and then while it's still hot, it'll hit it again, so it really gets that crisp detail. I would just come in and just give this a little bit of a sharper edge. And that also gives you sort of the, wait, that's like set way too high. Sorry about that. And what it'll do, oh my gosh, sorry. I just changed all my buttons on my Space Mouse trying to make things easier. And I obviously changed them right out of my comfort parameters.
I made the mistake of buying a second-hand one that the buttons didn't work.
Oh, that's no good. Oh,
Yeah.
they're awesome. It's just I was having problems with my first one, and it winds up that it's me. It's not the equipment. We just discovered today. But so I haven't fully committed to the new button organization, and then so now I've ruined myself because I'm sort of halfway between using my keyboard all the time and halfway between using my Space Mouse all the time, and so now I can't use either. It's just like, so the only thing I would do is just kind of crisp some of these edges up just a touch, and you don't have to go overboard about it, but from a distance that'll give those slightly different reflecting surfaces, and it'll just look a little bit more like a piece of metal, like it's been fabricated, I guess. And you can pick where those lines start and stop, if you want one, if you wanted a V or whatever. But just giving it those little facets will crisp it up just a touch, and it'll allow it to read at that smaller scale a little bit sharper, And if you really want to punch it, turn these into scoops. So if you really want this to look like it was, tooled or machined, or, instead of these being flat, just get them to be a little scoopy. And that will really push the reflective surface. And that'll also give, because most of the time people are painting with fluid washes. You know what I mean? Where you're getting that wash where they'll put the color on and then use like a black or a gray wash to get the detail in.
So in the recesses.
Yeah. And so if you get these recesses a little bit more scooped, you can really control how that paint is going to sit on the surface. Right? So you can really accent some of these features by just giving them a little scoop. And that'll give that last wash a place to sit. And you can really, really dictate how it's going to paint out by giving like nice little pools where that paint will settle.
Would you go into where the eye socket is and divide the nostril section and the eyes so it's like another gap, or would you just leave it like it is?
You mean like here? Or down here? Oh, you mean down here. This is the nostril section. Sorry. You mean do something in that vein?
1 second, the stream's catching up.
Oh, sorry. Or are you talking
No, just where the eyes, the eye socket connects to the sort of nostril bit. There's like a bit that joins the main body between the two side bits, if that makes sense.
Like right here?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Would I bother separating those?
Separating?
No,
yeah.
No, never. Not, especially not at this scale. I mean, just doing that. I mean, that gives you a deep, hard line in there if you want it to visually separate after the paint, but yeah, no, I would never bother.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Give that a nice big scoop under, so you really have that transition up and under. And then you just come back and decide how bright you want that reflective surface to be, right? Because if you're looking down, you can really dictate how. So if we look at that compared to something like, and I mean, I'm just doing this randomly. I'm not, you know. Right, you can really dictate how that's going to reflect and paint out. So I would just come in and give your washes a place to rest, and you can really dictate. I mean, even just doing something as simple as that, and those washes will settle in there, and that'll just create some nice visual texture in it. I mean, that might be a little overboard for something like a sword hilt or something, but I think that'll allow you to get a lot of character out of something that's that small, you know, and you can really play with, you know, what's going behind and in front of things. And just change up how those surfaces are reflecting, and then how that wash is going to fill in.
Yeah, that looks heaps better.
Right. And that just keeps it from getting, it just can get soft and round. And like on the figures, that's fine because you want them to look fleshy. But I think on the tools and on the swords and armor and stuff, really getting those crisp edges and getting someplace for your wash to settle, and it'll just give you a more interesting form. Trim dynamic. Let's knock that bad boy back. Right, and it just we haven't changed the thickness of the thing, so we're not making those fragile, but you know that gives it a different silhouette. And when you paint, you know, you can really control the dimensionality of these parts.
Yeah, it gives it a sharper look.
Yeah. And, you know, you can do little scoops for tooling or whatever, you know, you can go wherever you want. But I would definitely just chisel it up and get it to where you have some nice reservoirs for that final black wash or gray wash to settle in and really push those details. Because, I mean, what is this? I mean, it's tiny.
About 5 mil at most.
Yeah, exactly. So I think really that's it. Just come back in and futz with the form, because you can see here, if we get down here, you know, you're not getting much, where that instantly gives you sharper lines and, you know, nice crevices and ridges that are gonna show well.
So I basically got the silhouette down, but I didn't like go in and actually give it layers and reflectivity.
Yeah, I think so. Because you can get a lot out of something this small. You know, there's tons of detail you can get out. But I would think about it as, okay, how am I going to get that wash to lay in? So when you start doing your detail, don't think about sculpting detail, but think about how that paint is going to settle on that surface. And this is actually going to do you much better because, you know, this is going to be a nice form, and you'll have some shading in here, where if you just cut in these lines, you know, well, now you're going to lose your form, and you're just going to get this visual chatter. So I think that just creating little pockets for the wash to settle in, because I think that's I don't know anyone who doesn't do a final wash of some sort or another. I think, did you just say I don't?
No, exactly, I said.
Yeah, I was like, God damn, see how it is. I'm like, I don't know anyone in the world. Yeah, I don't do that.
The thing I don't do is dry brushing, because I think it's a lazy technique, but washing is absolutely fine with me.
Yeah. I used to dry brush chainmail, because you could get a really nice white kick off the chainmail. But for the other stuff, I always think it's too painterly. you know, it
Yeah,
doesn't seem
it
natural.
has sort of gone towards more stylized painting at the moment, but
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, non-metallic metal is a thing at the moment where they paint in the golds and silvers and the actual non-metallics,
Yeah. Yeah.
which
I,
are
w- I was
cartoonish.
I was an absolute lunatic on our showpieces. I would actually silver leaf some of the armor.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, that metal looks so metal," and I'm like, "It's metal." It's like that's because it's metal. Yeah, you should see me micro burnishing gold leaf eagles on the
I would love to watch you do that.
lunatic, absolute lunatic. I was off my gourd. As we get some of the jewelry stuff settled, um, we're going to, and then it's going to be like another year, mid next year, something like that. We're going, once we get a real foundation of the jewelry videos done, we're going to do some toy videos and some miniature videos. And so we, you know, we might get into some of that lunacy that I used to do because, you know, I was sculpting.
As you know, I've just picked up the new computer, but as soon as I've got some more cash, I'm going to enroll.
Right on. Yeah. No, I'll tell you, I love miniatures. You learn some really. I wish I still had my miniature tool set, my miniature sculpting tool set, because you know we used to hand carve everything in what was a Duro epoxy putty. So it was that blue, yellow putty
Green
that
stuff.
you mix together, and then you'd take a scalpel and carve it, and then you put the next layer on, take a scalpel and carve it, because they were vulcanized molding everything, so you had to sculpt it on
Yeah.
something that would hold up. Oh my god, that was silliness.
You have to make your own miniature tools as well to do it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. No, we got tons of different, like you know, just getting the lab probes that were like the little stainless steel needle points, and then bend them and file them into shape. And had a little chainmail tool.
That's another one.
It's ridiculous. But hey, I was making money, so it wasn't ridiculous. Those were tools of the trade. But holy Hannah.
Saying that, I got into 3D sculpting because I can't do the 2-part epoxy. It annoys the hell out of me.
Oh, there's no need to do it nowadays. I mean, printing, you can get it in printing now, you know. Like, if I had had, you know, a form printer or a Solus or something like that when I was, oh gosh, that was 19, like 81, 82, I think I was sculpting with Ralph Partha. Might have been a year or two after. No,
Before I was born.
Yeah, no. Trust me. I feel like it was before I was born sometimes, but yeah, no, that was my first real. Well, I was doing you know, little sculptures that I was selling at this little art fair. That was my first making money. That was 1978. But my
Is that
first,
your Napoleon guys that you said you were doing? 15
yeah,
mil.
yeah, 15 millimeter Napoleonics. Ah, that's absurdity. And I wasn't
Well,
using a real
you for
microscope.
buckles.
Oh yeah, no, my eyes are destroyed because of it. Because I wasn't using magnification. I was just like doing this.
Staring at it, yeah.
Oh my god, youth is stupid. You know, when you're so young, you don't realize you're destroying your life forever because you're not buying a microscope. My mom was like, you know, something's going on here. She was like, here, I'm gonna buy you this like little microscope head thing. I was like, this is the greatest invention in the world. This is awesome. Thanks, Mom. She's like, you're gonna go blind. Little did I know, she was right.
Only problem with microscopes though is that you don't get the depth perception.
Yeah,
You need to
yeah.
get the new eye sockets. And they're expensive.
It's different. Yeah, no, it's definitely different. That's where, well, I'll tell you, if you can afford it, Leica has a jeweler's desk microscope. And it's incredible how much, because the problem with all the jewelry microscopes or desk microscopes is their depth of field is so shallow. So when you have like, you know, 2 millimeters in focus, and that Leica has such a deep focal length. I don't know what they did, but it's incredible. But, you know, I think it's probably, I don't know how much they are now. When they first came out, they were in that 3,500 range. So
Okay.
They're not cheap, but you know, once again, if you're making money
Yeah.
doing it, what's $3,500 for your eyes, right?
That's the thing. It's all hobby for me. Everything I've spent, it's all as a hobby.
Well, one day you can get out there and sell them.
Yeah, true.
I have faith in you. I mean, you're making nice stuff, you know. I mean, I can't believe how much the Kickstarters for the miniatures have gotten. What was it, Titan or something like that? They did a $2.5 million or Forge miniature Forge, something Forge, $2.5 million Kickstarter on miniatures. I was just like, man, I was doing miniatures at the wrong time.
Forge is a brilliant website because it has like a 3D builder that you just put the parts together and download the files.
Yeah, no, they were very wise. They were very clever. I was thinking of maybe doing a Kickstarter of environments and stuff, you know, sort of, because I've seen a lot of environments that really suck. I've been underwhelmed by a lot of like modular environmental stuff and some things like that.
There's a lot of that for D&D, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Dwarven Forge is a famous one for them.
Yeah, our friend, I can't remember. God, see, you know, this is why I have no friends or business contacts. I can't remember anyone's name. But a friend of ours from the ZBrush summits, I see him every year. He's doing really well at what he's doing, and I can never remember his name. I'm very bad this way. But they're doing some of the modular stuff, and I guess they're doing very well with it.
Going back to the model, what you're doing there, you basically turning it into almost like a bone-like shapes.
Yeah, and creating sort of some plates. So, you know, kind of thinking of it as something that's been constructed. So I just kind of thinking about where some divisions might be for some, you know, if I were a swordsmith, what would I do? You know, is kind of just throwing it down and kind of saying, okay, well, you know, that
would
would be
also
a good
upload a picture of a very early prototype that I did a few years ago, but it wasn't a sculpted piece. It was a literally just like a vector extrusion.
Mm-hmm.
And what I ended up doing was bullying the sword out of the actual hilt so that it actually slotted in. Then you could vary the shape of the size of the blade.
Sure.
That was really quite nice.
Yeah.
But no, I did upload a photo of the actual finished product on a model, but that was from a few years ago.
Yeah. You know, because that way it looks like, oh, you know, if I were decorating it, that's a place you could do an upsell. We could throw a stone in here.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, yes, sir, we made your sword, but look at this space right here. Yeah. So maybe play with something like that where you're, you know, thinking of it as, okay, constructed parts. You know, I always, especially in things like this where it'd be like, okay, well, if I were doing something out of two metals, right, like gold and silver, let's say, where would I break it to make the best of the dual metals? And not that I would use dual metal, but or that I need to use dual metal or even want to use dual metal. But it gives you an interesting perspective on where and how could you break it up to sell the shapes that you're doing and still keep, you know, kind of the idea.
Shape, yeah.
You know. And so, and that also adds some constructivism to it. So it still looks like it might be something that could be blacksmithed or, you know. And then knock one of these back so it's a layer. You know, I'm not a big fan of cutting lines into things, but it can give you an idea of where you want things to break, you know. So you might want to go back and just play with it as a structure that is constructed, you know.
parts here. It's almost got like a Conan sort of sword feel to it now. It's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
And you know, you can make it however you want, but I think that might be another way to make it actually feel like something that a blacksmith put together.
Hmm.
But no, looks great.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. All right. Kill it. Who's next? David? DP?
Dave is next. Yep.
Okay, so that one's sprued. This one is unsprued. Let's look at the unsprued. Are they in chat?
Not by voice, but in chat.
Okay. Very cool. It's almost like, it reminds me of an animal skull. Now, is this... Is this just an object? You're spruing it, so you're casting it. So is this a piece of jewelry? Did I just lose input? Can you hear me? Okay. Yep. Piece of jewelry.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So is this a pendant? Okay. All right. So the only thing I would say about a pendant is that means that it's actually probably going to be hanging like this. Right? And the only problem with that is that, oh, let's turn on, there we go, enable control bar, hide, let's bring you over here, turn that off, turn that off, turn that on, is that this is now a body puncturing device. So I would say be careful with that. I'm assuming this is the front. If this is, yeah, I would say that's the front. So the only thing I would say to be careful about is think about how this is going to hang, right? So if your angle and your weight, you know, it's going to hang somewhere in there. So the only thing I would say that you might want to consider is just changing this angle just a touch. Oops, that is set way too high. I need to change that brush preset. I know I've been saying that for like 3 years now. You know, you can get it, but just make sure that this isn't stabbing the body, right? Or you can, you know, change the curve of it just a little, maybe straighten it out. So you have a nice slow curve that's resting against the body. But that might become a problem because that's not going to lie flat in any way, shape, or form. So the only two contact points are going to be the bail and this little part right here. And I've even bent this way now. So that's going to be, if you hug someone, that's going to hurt a lot. So I would say that is one thing. Think about that. Now you could also change that by, and I'm just doing big coarse movements. Don't think this is actually what I'm suggesting aesthetically. But you can move that angle like that. And what that does is that changes your weight distribution to be something like that. But what it also does is it gives you a point here that's slightly bigger, and that makes that resting on the body a little bit more comfortable. But if you're if you're casting this yourself, I assume you have a printer. So anything like this that's actually going to wear against the chest, I'd print it and wear it before I cast it, because it's a lot easier to change it pre-casting than after casting, obviously. Okay. Aesthetically, I think I think, and I don't know where you are as far as finish goes, but I think these could be, you have these like little lumps in your curves. I'm a big goofy about curvy lumps or lumpy curves. So I might come in and just futz with these curves a little so they're a little bit more elegant. Like they just have a little bit more, less lumpy curves. Let's And then also, when you're doing things that are interweaving like this, a nice thing to consider is changing the directionality of your curve as you're stroking through. So where you're seeing a little bit more here and seeing less down here, I find that in small form, like in small sculptural parts, like a jewelry, little transitional folds like that really take the light very well, and it creates for a very nice dynamic part. And like I said, slightly less lumpy curves. Move, let's just push that out just a touch more. So there's tension in your curves, or weight in your curves. Is that? I heard somebody. What's that? Hello? Okay. And the same here. You know, you have this little lump right here, and those lumps really take away from the fluidity of your curves. So filling that in. And here's another place where you can, that's still too strong. Another place where you can use some of that transition to create, so go from thin, and as it comes around, have a thicker line. So this face is getting, and what that allows you to do is, especially for casting purposes, it allows you to have a slightly thicker object. So you're getting good, nice, thick shapes. But by changing the folds in the structure, you're allowing it to appear thinner, but still retain slightly more structural integrity. It allows you to have a slightly more robust part. And that's a little thin. And so you can go thin, and then get that to come down and go thicker, and create a thicker face and a thinner face, and then you're really dictating how the part is reading as a reflective surface, if that makes any sense. it gives you some really nice light travel. And like I said, you can wind up and have a thicker part and still have razor thin edges, and it'll look like a razor thin part. So I think I would say, because once again here, this is a little lumpy. And so that surface tension is just something that reads nice. Uh-oh. Don't crash. Keep your fingers crossed. I don't know what that was. That was frightening. Let's quick save just in case. So we have at least one quick save with all these files on it. I know, I'm thinking, right? Now watch it crash when I was saving. That'd be priceless. All right, hold on. Yeah, I do have you. Let's do this while we're sitting here waiting. I see big fingerprints and smudges all over that. There we go. Better? Oop. There are new messages. Oh. Okay. And so I find that it's when you're doing curves that are weaving that have these tensions, you know, when you have you have something and you have another surface, and these are sort of like membrane or tendony sort of features, you really want something that has tension in the curve. And so that usually allows, you're coming here, and then where the tension breaks is where it starts to split off. And so that gives you those natural points where these are where these are connecting. And so you're sort of getting these structural sound points, and then these are the parts that reach. And like here, this is sort of our breaking edge. And then if it's coming in, it's coming past that, and it's stretching down in here and stretching down in here, So think about how these curves are tying into one another, and just make sure there's a little bit of tension in them. And that's where lumpy curves become a problem, is that they don't show tension. What's a curve that has a lump in it? It's a flaccid curve, So if you're trying for that dynamic feel, I think that you need to get a little bit tighter in your curves. Mm-hmm. And just be a little more aware of sort of that surface tension. Mm-hmm. So that goes up and over, and then that's like another little break off. So, just evaluate how those are kind of playing with each other, right? So that's a different tension. The tension of this curve is here. You have a split off that's coming there.
In Discord, in the hub channel, there is a picture that Dave just sent of them IRL.
Oh, the IRL?
In real life.
Yeah.
A picture of the gas.
Is it on? Where is it under?
Scroll up in the channels list.
hub general.
Hub.
Oh, sorry, didn't hear. There we go. Come on. Oh, it's opening.
You can click open original, yeah.
It opened over here. I just opened it like 14 times over here. Boop. Now let's close those because we don't need it open 14 times. Man, this mouse scrolls fast. I lose track of it. It's like zoom. Boop. Nice. Yeah, just see how your curve goes flat right there. I mean, the parts look nice. Don't get me wrong. I just think you could get see how you have this little gurk there. That looks nice. So these things are wearing fine. People aren't complaining about it stabbing them in the chest because that's a sharp point. Very cool. I would say if you just spend a little bit of time and give these curves some tension, it'll look a little bit tighter. And sorry, I'm psychotically anal about it. It's one of my things is curves that have tension. So you're going to get it. All right, so now let's look at your sprues. Oh, interesting. And so your issue is you want better fill? Is that the concept? I mean, because those look like they were filling okay, aren't they? Are you losing to filling? I'm not seeing tons of porosity or anything in there. Oh, I see you miss. Is that like a no fill there? You seem okay. I mean, I can't tell if that's. Actually, that little dent just makes me nuts. I'm totally a psycho about it. I'm just like that little dent right there. That one. Let's see. You're getting a little porosity, aren't you? Oops. So are you I mean, because you're obviously throwing a lot of metal at this thing. I mean, these are nice fat sprues getting in there. You see that, I don't know if that was just a break or if you were having problems filling there.
It was an early model. They improved the process. That one with the break, I think, is what they're talking about. They're trying to improve the process to make it less labor intensive. There's like 14 gates.
Yeah. What are you casting with? Is centrifugal or I would assume it's a centrifugal by this. So the only thing I would say is you may want to try to straighten some of these out so they throw straighter. Where you're because right now a lot of these are S curves, and if you get these to be, and I know I'm moving your model, but this is just easier at the moment. If you get these to be straighter conduits, because what's happening is you got to think of your flow, right? You're coming in here, and it's hitting this curve, and then it's coming up, and then it's curving, and it hits this, and it comes down, as opposed to this being a straight shot, and then having an open like that, so it's filling this way. Where's move? I think that by removing some of the S curviness from these, they'll throw cleaner. Oh, that's your part. Sorry. I mean, if it's throwing hard enough.
The vacuum, it's not
No, it's a vacuum.
throwing.
Yeah. I think that could help. I know I'm thinning these out a little, but I'm just trying to. Because the smoother that throw angle, the less chatter, the less turbulence you're going to get in your throw. And that turbulence is what causes a lot of the porosity and stuff. And that's why you see some of these things have these balls here. And what it does in your supports, it comes and it fills this. So a lot of the turbulence is happening up here, and then it's pushing through. But a lot of these sprues are spruing to the top of the detail as opposed to the bottom of the detail. And I think that could be creating some of your issue where, hold on, let's go back to this guy real quick. Right, you're spruing to here, but you're throwing in this direction. So you want to throw to fill, right? So if you sprued something that was like this is going to go smoothly up and in. Where if you're throwing to the top up here, it's coming and then it has to make a turn to fill. So you want to try to avoid those turns as much as possible. I don't know if you're getting a lot of no fill, but like spruing here, you know, this should come and fill that fine, as opposed to spruing here where it's going to come in and come down. Now, if you have something that is like if you're having a problem filling some of this, that's where bleed tubes come in, where you have something up here that you know you're going to grind off, and then it comes and it fills past your line of detail. I can understand that being up there, but I think that some of your issue is how you're throwing at the moment. Because if everything, like instead of, if you're trying to fill this, you know, spruing to here makes a lot less sense than spruing to here. And that might be something to look at. And also get rid of this stuff, because that's just creating turbulence. And you're doing that, and you're doing it to the top of the form. So not only is it getting like motion into the throw, you're then turning a corner and you're getting chatter there, I would assume. So I would take your little guy like this. And let's just look at it for a second. Group front. Turn lines off. There we go. And so now these are the surfaces that are facing down. Right? That's the direction. So I would in turn straight sprue to these surfaces as opposed to going up and down. Because once again, it's just a lot easier, you know, to just inject in one direction and have it sprue like, or fill like a tree, not up and then try to fill down. Because that also, if this is all coming up and down, this is coming up and there, and it's meeting, that creates turbulence where those two things intersect. You want to try to get it as smooth as possible. Does that make sense? Are we getting anything from him? Is he in Discord?
He's been typing in Discord. Yeah,
okay.
That's why I'm reading it to you.
I'm like, I'm not seeing it. So I think those might be two things to look at. Where you're spruing to. I would try to do sort of a minimalist sprue and just give it a shot. I mean, if you have all your stuff at home anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt you to experiment. I would probably try something like, you know, doing spruing to this surface, you know, maybe to there, you know, like to this fat intersection here, you know, lower along in the process, like down here. So just remember that you want your metal to kind of hit and flow and flow and flow, as opposed to hit and flow and flow. Does that make sense? I think that
he said he was curving to keep the gate mid of the form and preserve edges for finishing, and yes, it does make sense.
Yeah, I think that yeah, I kind of understand why. I mean, I get it. You may just want to change the angle of the part just a touch, so you're getting those bottom surfaces a little better, because I just think you're going to wind up with a lot less porosity if you're spruing here, the metal's coming up and flowing in, as opposed to all that force coming up and then having to come down. John? Are there any other questions, or did that help at all?
Yes, I can see that. And Dave, if you've got any other questions, I'm a-watching.
Because, I mean, if you just see that this is just so much motion in your metal, right? Boom, it's hitting this and it's starting to get momentum. It's getting here and then it's starting to get momentum. It's getting here and it's starting to swirl. And every time it takes these bends and curves, you're getting, you know, you got to think about fluid dynamics, right? A straight shot, one hit, and then filling is a lot better than... That's a technical term.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure.
I have that a lot of in my books that I read about casting and whatnot.
Yeah.
Every author spells it a little different, but you know what they mean.
Yeah, it's pretty close. All right. Okay.
Cool. They said thanks.
Yeah.
So up next is Felix.
Felix.
Now, hang on before you open up that model you've got there. Let's actually skip Felix for right now.
Okay. Hey,
and move on to the...
Actually, do I have... Do we have... on this machine, do we have Formlabs spruing software?
Brewing software.
What's it called?
Preform?
Yeah. Have I downloaded Preform on this?
Probably not.
I don't. I was going to say it'd be interesting to set it at this angle and see what the automatic spruing does and see how it thinks about spruing it. Maybe later. All right, what are we doing? Sorry, I just had that idea. My bad. I'll be quiet.
Move on to alpha.
I assume that's this one. Is that Frank head thing?
Yep.
Okay.
Frankenstein.
Oh, it does say Frank head thing. Okay. I was like, did I really just misread that? Whoa. What's going on here? Oh, let's see. That goes under that. Just a little bit more. Right. I mean, I say we worked on the front more than the back. Are they here? Henry?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, the anatomy looks great. There's a lot going on. That muscle comes under that muscle. They sort of blend a little too closely there. Once again, if this is for rendering, the skin texture is great. If it is for printing, or if you do plan to print, come back over it with like SK trim or something, and just on the highlights, knock some of the texture down, just so the texture is not so homogeneous. Because in a dimensional object, texture like this becomes chatter, where if you kind of get these highlights in and you knock it down, it actually helps the print dramatically. All right, so if it's not for print, or if it's for rendering and not for print, so be it. Ignore everything I just said. The face is great. Ugh, sorry, I got yawny all of a sudden. I still think that I don't know if because they're acting sort of as staples, and I don't know, but they're plates, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on, if they're thick staples or if they are plates. But the problem is if they are closing this crack, that crack would still come through that little meat lump, right? And if it were holding it together, this would separate some and it would get tighter as they come under these a little. Oops, lazy mouse. Who turns on you? Oh, that's cloth. That's not pinch. That's why. Completely wrong brush. You know, you'd get some pinching in here and then expansion there. And depending on, like, I don't know how the plate's going to work, but like if a staple, you know, it's this meat fold is heavier to the outside than it is, where these are just these squares all the way around it. And I just think the squares all the way around it aren't making sense, or it looks like you've just taken a metal plate and kind of stuck it into silicone or jello, and it's all the way around, where if this were like a pin here and a pin here, it'd be wide on the edges, but your tension, you'd lose some of that tension as you get up here. So I'm not quite sure how the plates are working. So there's like this, it doesn't look like it's digging in and pinching. It looks like it's just flat and sitting. So I would make, here, let's just give it a shot. And where it's sort of digging in out here, but maybe not so much in there, right? Like, because what you're telling me right now is that the pressure is perfectly equal on all sides of it, right? It's evenly pressing in, and you know, I'm not seeing where it's penetrating and where it's not. Like, because if it were, like, let's say the staple's down here, right? Let's do it down here. You know, these wouldn't be just flush. You have the staple, and then you have where it cuts into the body up here. We obviously don't have enough resolution on that. Okay. We do, hold on, let me look at how you have this mesh. Here, we can do it here, I think. Like I said, I'm just getting, whoa, what just happened there? Control E. Yeah, I got sloppy and touched something, I think.
Yeah, you touched the screen while navigating.
It did not like that at all, did it?
No, it doesn't like that.
I'm like, what did I just do? All right, so here, we can do it here. So these, right, would be coming in here. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to pull on these a little, push, pull, push, pull. There would be tension in the skin. And then what happens is these are diving in. And we still don't have quite enough resolution. Let's go to a star, frame, ball, W, where are you? And so this is where people, where these get a little weird sometimes. Boop. So we get an edge. I'm gonna make this a little melodramatic. Clay fill. Clay tubes. So under most circumstances, these things aren't just plates, right? Or they're not just, they don't do this. They're actually going into the body. So if we come in and we mask that off, we mask that off, we mask this off, we mask this off, this off. Move. where stitches or staples or things that are binding two surfaces together start to look real is when you're getting penetration. Right, you get meat where it's displacing the meat. And those are pinching together, tighter, looser, tighter, tighter, looser, tighter, tighter, looser, tighter, looser, 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 looser. Pinch. Boop, 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 boop. And like I said, I'm making this a little melodramatic so you can see. But see, now those look as if they are actually going into the skin, and that's why you're getting that ridge there. Where what stitches don't do, or staples, is you don't get an equal pressure all the way around unless it is penetrating all the way around, right? Because the hump is from it penetrating. So that looks like, instead of something that's going into the body, this is reading to me that it's like something that might be stapled in one place, and then it's a metal plate that's holding it down, so you're getting that roll right there. So I'm curious as to what the plates are doing, and in turn I think your staples need that penetration, because you have so much detail here. And then the staples just become these things. And like I said, I'm not quite sure what's happening here. Like, are these diving in? Are they plates? What are those things? Because I'm getting an odd story, visual story. You know, your skin looks good. Your anatomy's good. On something like this, I would, because right now it's very even, I would make one side just a little different. Just so you don't get something that looks like an eyeball in the middle of the belly, right? So breaking it up somehow so it's not symmetrical can help. And have one of these go over and under or something like that, you know. But break that up a little just so it's not perfectly symmetrical. Yeah, bring the origins of the bicep up under the pec. I think that's really the only issues. Try to figure out what these guys actually are and what are they doing. Try to get some of your over and under in here, because you can see as we get back here, those look like they're penetrating as opposed to just being a line with a plate across it, right? If I can see this edge, right? How is this attaching? Is it pinned? If they're plates, I might identify them with nail heads or something like that. But if it's just this flat square, if it's going under, you definitely want this profile on the side where you're losing, like where it's diving under the meat, right? And that's telling a story of something penetrating, where this just looks like it's something pressing. You could probably have a more dramatic crotch crease here, because this is pinching. It's not a skirt, right? It's not flopping. It's actually coming down and in. So that's why having these being so proud. Normally it's kind of the other way around, where this is the larger bunch, because this is all bunching up here, and then you kind of get the cracks that do that. Right. And you do get these high points, but they tend to happen out here usually. You get the crotch bunch, and then you're hanging here. Because you got to remember that this is going in and under. Why? Where's the body there? Because that's sticking way far away from the body. See, the back's closer, but none of this is touching the body. You're not seeing the body in this, so it makes it look like a skirt. You know, it's coming out, it's not riding against the body. So with fabric, be a little bit more careful about getting it to actually, I mean, that's how far away, you know, look at this. I mean, that's still quite a bit away from the body there. You have something else marked as your history state. Funny. Yep. I would say that's it. I mean, all in all, it looks great. Just try to identify what those guys are, because I don't understand them. Get your loops. Do your biceps. Yeah, I think this is a little more like that, and then that comes up and in. Nope, looks awesome. Okay. Any questions?
Nope.
Okay. I'm assuming this is next.
Yeah, Abanash.
Samurai Jack. I went to school with Candy. Alright, let's get rid of paint here. Actually, I like the hands. I think... Oh, let's look at Jack real quick. Yeah. So I think that you brought your face out to your eyes as opposed to your eyes being in your face. So let's hide our eyeballs for a second. Let's duplicate our body. Let's hide this guy and let's... Everybody, go away. Alright. Womp. Womp. This is a Dynamesh. Keep those subdivisions, guys. Just because the illustrated lines are thick doesn't mean that that translates out into fat physical lines. It's a tricky game to play. Okay. SK trim. Get rid of some of the lumpiness. We want to keep a little bit of a bow there. I'm just checking to see if my curve isn't just super lumpy. We got a little lump there. It's okay. And now we're just gonna tuck this back and in. Move. And now you can define that little lip. But you don't want it to be like just sticking off his head. You want to incorporate it into your form here. And I don't have a graphic, but here, let's delete hidden. Let me divide this up. And ooh, way to go. Wobble hand over here. SK trim polish. predominant. Right, I'm not making it a line. Right, I'm not just going around and drawing a line. We're turning it into sort of a dimensional issue. Come in, we're going to pinch for that curve. And pinch for that edge. Come back in. Make that a lip. And then I would probably, like I said, I'd come in, pinch this to get that edge crisp and a nice smooth line. And I'm not hammering on this pinch. Be careful on pinch. You don't want to be overly aggressive with it. Pinch for that line. And then I would just take slide and use slide to clean up that edge so it's all one place and sort of at the same angle. And obviously I would use the graphics to get my lines right, but oops. Push that edge and then kind of push that out. And then you probably want it even thicker than that. But you can see that instead of dragging it all out, and I know that in the graphic he seems to have big bags under his eyes, but you want to be careful because dimensionally the bags don't make sense here, right? It looks like his eye is just kind of sticking out and pudging, and then this is in front of this, and this would be lower, right? Just because it's a graphic, it's a nice clean curve. So just make sure your curves are clean in all directions, and gotta turn your eyeball on, obviously. And then if you're going to do that sort of bag, make sure that it's not just sticking out, right? It's not you don't need a ton of depth to make something fairly dramatic. So I'd say you're darn close. The eyes were just kind of bugging out of his head, so I don't have the graphic in front of me, so that looks silly. I was just, you know, even if they're animation, the anatomy is still important when you come to a dimensional object, because our brains are so recognized or so used to looking at human faces. If you do something super weird, even though the drawing looks like that, when you bring it into 3 dimensions, it's very important to kind of stick with anatomy rules, I guess. Even if it is something that is sort of animated, right? You know, you don't want, your eyelid needs to be in front of your lower lid in a case like this. It's not going to be out farther than the brow, right? Just simple anatomy rules apply even to a cartoon when you bring it into a 3-dimensional world, because otherwise it's going to look just really goofy, because we're used to looking at things. And if things are super weird, they're going to be super weird. Right, it feels like it's tied to the same depths of the face. And I would argue he's probably really smooth. You're not going to get much dimensional detail if you're actually bringing him into 3 dimensions. Where a lot of that's more implied than really there. Other than that, he's pretty darn good. Your hands are priceless. I mean, like, the proportions seem pretty on. But even here, you know, this is going in front of that. And I know often, you know, once again, the animation might not reference it in the same way. But if you don't have that go, when it comes to dimension or 3 dimension, whoa, that is totally the wrong brush. But if you're trying to make, like, if you're trying to make a toy or an object, you know, it's important that where things cross over, they actually cross over. So I think those are really the only 2 issues that you see, is that the eyes are pulling out of his head, cross that over. Yeah, I think you're killing it. Like, I would probably make the height of this step, you know, make this step twice as deep as this one. So there's still this implication that this is going under that. Don't just have it be a graphic, because once again, we are coming into a dimensional world. So those depth stories become important. But all in all, he's good. I like him. Right on. Next.
It's time for Chris Hemsworth. I mean Karthik. And there is a reference photo.
Wow, he's a really tiny face. Yeah, I think your face proportion in the skull is off. Because his head is much more... I mean, let's look at the shape of his face. I mean, he has that classic, like, superhero kind of square head. You know, big square jaw. Right? And, like, your details could be close. I mean, as far as the detail on the guy. But look at the shape of your head. Right? Like, his cheekbones are way in here. And you can see this between the cheekbone and the face, where his head is much more like that, right? It's much squarer than this. So I think, and I'm just going to do, because in all reality, I think your face is just too small on this skull. But I think, are we on here? slightly bigger brush. Whoa, that was a lot more than slight. Okay. And no, stop that. Stop that. Let's just turn everything off. I'm going to duplicate you. And we're going to go see-through. So for matching his eyes, look at how much extra head you have around here, right? I mean, look at where his ears are compared to where your ears are here. So if we're taking this, and let me get a slightly bigger brush. And we're going to press this in. And then we're going to, no.
Might they have been sculpting in perspective?
Oh, stop that. Sculpting in perspective's the devil. You don't want fake perspective. You want to see what you actually have. Because otherwise you wind up with things like this. Perspective is an artificial thing where if you're looking at it straight on, then you're kind of getting what you're getting, right? Because I mean, that looks more like him instantly, right? Because and I mean, I took no care with that, right? But do you see how I mean, let's just look at the difference. Balloon head, more refined to that heroic square jawed look. And I mean, and I took, I obviously took no time here. So one, stop sculpting in perspective, especially if you're trying to do portrait stuff. It's bad. Because, I mean, that's an artificial thing imposed, and that perspective is never going to, like if you're trying to do it for a game asset, the game's not going to change its entire camera stuff just for your model. So you want to make it where it's tight in orthographic, square on, boop, 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 your views. So it's right by your views. Because, I mean, you can see that, that's just, that's just super round. And what's happening is, it's doing exactly what perspective does. Perspective forces the stuff back and in. So when you actually have it, it's all peeled out and open, right? You can see it's just open that up. Don't cut this line in, because that line, okay, there are some old people where that line is cut in, but this is a transition from a plane going this way and a plane going this way. So sculpt that line in, because that way there's that muscle thickness. Because if you just cut it, see how this looks droopy and this looks droopy, where fill that in, fill that up. Right, it looks like meat that is going up. Once again, I didn't try to do this to the portrait. I'm just giving you an anatomical thing here. Because if you just cut it in, it doesn't look like meat crossing over one another. It looks like you cut in a surface. And that is meat, not just a group. So if you're trying to do it, stop using perspective, because it's really wonky, right? I mean, just once again, just look. No, I didn't.
Turn perspective on real quick, just to see.
No, hold on. I accidentally hit quick save. I don't want to turn perspective on.
I want you to.
All right. One day
And so
we'll get there. Give me a second. Good morning from Africa. Good morning to Africa.
and hi, Ashley.
Okay, there's perspective.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, I didn't catch my bit. It doesn't look terribly different, does it?
Nope.
Hmm.
I mean, it makes the ears smaller.
Yeah, it definitely brings
It makes the
forward.
face bigger, but that's the problem, is that it's artificially making the face bigger. So when you turn perspective off, the face is tiny in the head, right? I mean, look at how small it is compared to his actual head, right? Because I'm just going to go off the eyes. I mean, look at where those ears are. Right? Because he definitely, you know, I mean, he has a very chiseled features. So you have, hold on. Excuse me. Where'd he go? Oh, it's a reference image. I'm like looking online. I'm, you know, his cheekbones are out here. Right. Should be pretty much equidistance, equidistance. And if we break this up, I mean, look at the distance between pupil and ear. Because, I mean, the facial features actually have, you know, he's catching some of the similar good things that are identifying the character. But, and I might have thinned him out a little too much. I pushed his cheeks in a little too much, I think. And also, that needs to pinch in some. So it's not just super flat. His chin's not that thick. Yeah, I just think one, don't work in perspective. But somewhere in your referencing, like if we take I mean, look, that's pretty darn close, right? It's not that the features aren't necessarily wrong. I'm gonna say that I don't have multiple pictures from him, but I think his cheeks might be a little flat. I don't think he's quite that presentated. I think he cuts back a little farther, but yeah, I think that your chin's just a little big.
So we have a good question that I think the question sounds good in theory. Anyway, could you please explain more about don't use perspective? If we bring this model from ZBrush to 3ds Max for rendering, we will have perspective there.
Well, right, but for rendering, you're picking an angle and a focal length of a lens to take a picture. But if I try to sculpt with all that perspective stuff on, the physical object is not correct, right? I mean, so within ZBrush, you're creating the physical object, right? And if you do it with perspective on, look, first of all, it gives a little bit more depth, right? But the other thing it does is see how it rotates around, and like if you're trying to get points to line up through something, let's just go to a square.
I think that this explanation is good. Let 3ds Max do your perspective.
Right.
Just like if I'm taking a picture of an object in real life with my camera, that lens has perspective. I don't distort my physical object first so that I can take a picture of it.
Okay, so let's, very good. So if I'm doing special effects makeup and I'm trying to make a stuntman look like Chris, right? I'm not going to go, okay, well, I know that this scene's going to be shot with a 130-degree lens. So I'm not going to try to physically distort the model to meet that lens, because now it's going to blow out, because now you've added 130 to 130. So when you're creating your object, you want it to be as real as possible. And perspective is completely artificial. It is the camera, right? So try this one day. Get a wide angle lens and try to sculpt while looking through the wide angle lens, and then take the object off. It's going to look goofy because you've been trying to make it look right with a distorted image. So whenever you're shooting with lenses, that is to create an optical effect with that lens. You're not trying to create the optical effect in the object. Now, that being said, that's exactly what David is, right? David's head, Michelangelo's David, right? David has a huge head and little feet. And that's because he's 15 feet tall. And as you stand under him, David was sculpted with forced perspective, right? So he looks more in proportion. That's why his hands are huge. He looks in proportion from the base when you're looking up at it. So that's a case where you are compensating for the viewing of it, if that makes sense. But if you bring David and make him a 6 foot sculpture, and you just shrunk it down, David looks goofy because it's forced perspective. But that also makes him look beautifully proportioned from the ground, right? So if you are intentionally trying to compensate for the view, and you're trying to create a visual effect, fine, do that. But if you're trying to sculpt a portrait, well, you don't want, like, you would never apply an altered view to character makeup, right? You do it to make them look like he really does in person, because everyone's going to be shot at that 130 degree angle, as opposed to, or 130 degrees, as opposed to doing it in the sculpt and then applying it to a lens, and now it's not going to compensate for it. It's going to blow it out twice as bad, if that makes sense. So, yeah. Stop sculpting in perspective. It's horrible. Especially if you're trying to make things that are realistic. Because if it ever leaves ZBrush, it'll never be right. But other than that, I mean, you know, like I said, the features look good. You know, you're getting... It's funny, these cheekbones are very Arnold Schwarzenegger. The depth of his face here looks more like Arnie than Chris, I think. I think Chris has a deeper face. And sculpting in perspective flattens the face as well. That's very young Arnie right there. I've sculpted him a lot. Yeah, no. I mean, he looks great, though. You know, I think the perspective thing is messing you up. Okay.
Cool. All right.
Dog.
Felix wants to
back
test.
Felix?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So go to Dropbox and download Felix's new
Oh, you're killing me,
version.
Felix. Not only do you give me like 40 terabyte models, you want me to download them in the middle of everything. All right. So we're not looking at this one, is what I'm hearing.
No, a lot has changed since then.
Okay, delete all. All right. And now, boop, 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 refresh. Adjustment details, is it this one? 6:14 p.m.
Shouldn't be. No, that'd be the one you got already. You need to reload the page.
I thought I just did. I did. Well, here's another orc. Is that a different orc?
Hang on, I'm trying to figure out what the name of it is. Pixel 5 uploads. Oh yeah, it could be. Yeah, no, it is. It's the first
Number
one you
11?
said. Yeah, number 11.
Okay. Okay. I didn't download Faisal or Hadar.
No, those are.
These are new?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any questions while we're waiting for downloads?
Hello.
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 Okay, cool. Just checking the mic.
Yep. How are we doing here? 3 minutes left. How are you doing today?
Good.
Good.
It's a little weird to hear my own echoes.
Mute
Just a little
Twitch.
higher.
Mute Twitch.
Okay,
I was going to say,
cool.
he beat me to it. Oh, man. I feel all crimpy. All beat up. So did you have a good day?
I made a lot of progress, and there are a few things that I have to redo in my project. And other than that, I'm doing very well.
Awesome.
Thank you for asking.
Of course.
How's your day?
Not bad, actually. You know, we got the definite go-ahead that my new computer's coming, and I'm still trying to just breathe through that and hope that it actually comes. And then...
Wait. Wait, what specs?
Oh, we ordered a computer, and then it was hot. It was running hot, and then we started to change the order or change the build of it, and then halfway, well, no, actually we were done with that build, and then I did a little research and I'm like, what are we doing? And we did a completely different build. So it's taken like 3 weeks to a month to readjust the build. And now the order finally went in. And so
I see.
the new computer is coming.
Cool.
And we built
Have
a
you heard
gaming
of that?
computer.
Oh, nice. Have you heard of the DDR5 that's coming out? It's insane.
No. Henry?
Okay. So you have like
No.
500 something gigabyte, right?
Mhm.
That's what I heard. Per RAM, like one single RAM have 500 something gigabyte. No, gigahertz RAM. No, gigabyte RAM. RAM space,
It's
and
blazing.
it's like 7,200 megahertz speed.
That'll do.
That's
lot.
like twice as fast,
Yeah.
like more than twice as fast as a modern
I
RAM.
assume that means we'd have to get another motherboard.
Probably,
this one
but
won't take that,
I'm not gonna upgrade mine because I just got my motherboard and everything. So I'm trying to say that with that RAM, that like DDR5 coming out, dude, we could literally get up to 1 billion polygon in ZBrush without like being super laggy.
Wow, that sounds so super exciting. I can't even see straight. Even though I do have 256 gigs of RAM coming, so I can get a lot of
What?
polys. And everyone's like, "Oh, well,
yeah.
that's too much. Why would you ever order that much?" Well, we were testing, and just in our beta testing, you have everything being monitored, and I actually was using 148. What was it? It was over 100 and it was like real close to.
Yeah, it was a ton. It was well over 100
Yeah.
Noise.
Yeah.
gigs of RAM.
Hey.
I
How
only
we
got
doing,
like
Ash?
32 on my computer, so it's a little laggy, but it's good. I mean, for most part, like it can handle a lot of like more than enough polygon so far. So yeah, I'm satisfied.
Yeah, I had a beast of a machine, and then we tried to build a beast of a machine, and it just overheated and had problems, and but then
Yeah,
they fixed
64,
it,
it's very
and it
nice.
was great. But
Oh, cool.
yeah, no, it better be fast.
Yeah. 64 gigabytes, not ideal size. But
No, but you can definitely work with that. I mean, that's not going to hold
Yeah,
you
yeah.
back too much. I mean, you're probably
I've
not
never
going-
had a problem with it.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, 64 is very good. I mean, I have 32, and most of the time I'm fine. Like, majority of the time.
Yeah. I mean, it's when you
Yeah.
get into, hundreds of millions of polys is when you start.
Yeah, like where I'm being.
Well, he did just submit a 4 gigabyte GTL, so let's see.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be, yeah.
This thing only has 16 gigs of RAM, doesn't it?
It's gonna crash the computer.
No, 16 gig. Oh, yeah, that's gonna crash your computer.
Oh, no. No, it won't. It'll be fine.
You sure?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it'll lag. It's not going
It's
to
on
be happy
300
about
million.
it. But that's what
Okay.
I've been using 16 gigs of RAM on this streaming machine because it's non-upgradable.
Oh,
But
I see.
it was a machine that we got so I could stream, like not on a laptop. And
Oh,
I mean,
cool.
all in all, it's been okay, I think. Wait,
Yeah.
what just happened here? Is this the old folder?
28 gigabytes. Sweet.
No, I see it right there. Pixologic crit files upload.
I know, but I
Yeah.
thought I just extracted
Oh.
here.
Oh, I think you re-extracted the same one you had already.
Did I not refresh this?
Yeah, you should need to
9:52
refresh that.
p.m. No, this should be.
Did it download to a different place?
Boom. Show in folder. There it is. in
Did it
folder.
just add the models to that folder? Look back in that folder you were just in and see if there's just 3 extra models in it.
It's just these. But when I tried to, we did have.
Wait.
fossils
Oh,
here.
mine's there. The third
yeah,
one.
yeah. No, I was just.
Oh,
So that.
Yeah, I can see it in your unzipped folder there. Felix-orc adjustment details 11.ztl.
In this one right here. Wow, did it just dump it in here?
Yeah. I mean, it was trying to unzip into a folder that already existed, so it just did.
Oh well, how interesting is that? Yeah, there's the other one right there, huh? Interesting. Or did it just do all of them? No, it didn't.
There was only 4.
Fascinating. You wacky machine, you. Windows.
Hey, do you think a space mouse is useful?
I love it.
Base mouse.
Oh. Oh. Ta-da!
What is a space mouse?
It's this.
Oh,
You'll
wait,
catch
what?
it.
That does not look like a mouse.
Oh, it's awesome. And then they also have.
Oh.
Me and my ripping my earplug out of my head really is not pleasant. And then this is one of the travel ones. But
Oh. Wait, that's a mouse?
yeah,
no way.
here I'll show you in a second.
Not a mouse like you're thinking of a mouse.
Here.
It's a mouse for CAD programs.
Did stop? Why are you stop? Everybody stop. Okay, you stop. Okay, did these open up? Good God. All right. No. Oh, it's still trying. Okay. So, I can't even demonstrate
Thanks.
that. Yeah. Give it a minute. At least
Yeah.
now we'll go to the gray screen of wait. By the way, hi Ash. I saw you go by up there. No, Space Mouse are awesome. I used mine for years and years and years. I had a Space Mouse Pro, and then they came out with the Enterprise, which is this one. But what's awesome is that they now have it's native to ZBrush, so it has all of the ZBrush commands in it. So that's why I stopped using mine, because when I switched from Modo and a couple other programs, Matrix, in ZBrush, it just wasn't working. And in the last upgrade, they made native support for Space Mouse. So as soon as we get out of our gray screen of wait, I will show you.
How did you know if we are still waiting when the ZBrush it's already crashed and
Oh, because it's still spinning.
okay, so if he okay, I see.
I know that. Uh-oh.
Unable to open file.
No,
Why?
it was I might have triple clicked something or something like that.
Oh.
Oh well, hold on. Is this acting squirrely? No, it's
Wait, how did you set the color default to that?
This is Mod Dirty Blue. This is the material I always use.
So every single time when you start ZBrush, is it always that color? What
Yeah.
does it want back to?
No. Here, I'll show you in a second. Once again,
Okay.
ZBrush, it's 300 million polys. Uh-oh. We might be crashing. Hold on.
Open the sub2 file. I have them organized in different folders. You could hide them.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah.
I mean, we only have active 75 active points, so we're fine. All right. It was just sometimes when you double click, I was also trying to load the other file in, and since this was taking so long, it backed up. That wasn't talking about your file. It was talking about the other file I double clicked, and then it had to readjust its brain set, and it was like, ah. So Space Mouse here. Let's just go to one thing here. Boop. We have this guy, right? And let's turn paint off, because I don't care about your paint. So what the Space Mouse does is it allows me to navigate like this.
Okay.
So I can control zoom in, zoom out. And it's just a really organic way of functioning. And it also has my Control, Shift, and Alt are all here. And then these are view locks. So all you do is you twist, pull, push, tilt. And that's what navigates. So it's a 3-dimensional navigation tool. And it's awesome. Oh, there I go. It does not like you using both things though.
Ooh.
Boop. There we go. Stop. What is going on with that? All right. Okay, so let's turn. Oh, is everybody being used? What do we have?
The folder called internals. Make sure you show that folder. It's probably somewhere located. Like it's probably located somewhere near the top. And yeah, internal. It's no. Yeah, it's Okay, you found it. So there is like a little delay between here and the stream. So I was looking at the stream and I thought you didn't find it. Yeah.
All right. Let's go. Open.
The reason for the cut it's so I could increase the poly count for the head, so I could go into even higher details. And the area that I have a cut also have a belt, so it covers the cut area, so no one can see the cut. That's why I decided to cut over there instead of like on the neck.
Sure. Yeah. No, that totally makes sense. I mean, honestly, this is only a 6.4 million poly layer. That's not bad. I mean, I wind up with like, oh, I gotta stop doing that. I mean, when we were beta testing our layers, we had one. I mean, we were doing function test on 100 million poly. Well, it was 90. You can't go over 100 million polys per subtool. And we had one up to, what was it, 96 million? Something like
wow.
That. So, yeah, all right. I like your texture differential where you broke up your texture pretty well. Where it's not all the same on these. That's good.
Yeah, this guy, he half of his head are like filled with crystal. So I decided to use like rocky kind of alphas for half side of his head. The other half, it's weird and organic, have like very weird like holes and stuff. It feels like it feels like a fish, like breathing tube thingy on the body. I don't know how to describe them.
Yeah. Nice. And you broke up your texture size and stuff, because once again, I'm assuming this is for a render. So
yes,
putting all that detail is very important for the render. But even here, the fact that you have lighter. The fact that you have lighter texture here, it gets deeper here, but here it's smaller and deep. Here this is bigger and smooth. These cracks are small. These are smaller than these, which is smaller than this. The fact that you broke up your texture scale is huge. It's a big deal because a lot of people will apply texture and it's all the exact same texture. It's like they use noise, right? And they got it in.
Yeah.
And you have done an excellent job about breaking your texture scales up. And like on the lips, the fact that here it's smoother, you apply those like little smooth spots, which gives the eye a place to rest, and that's really important.
Cool. Thanks.
No, it looks great.
Yeah, yeah, I made a lot of adjustment. So
Yeah.
yeah, if you see that guy, maybe like a month ago, he looks so bad. Like 1 month ago.
Well, not bad. You just had it to do more work on it.
True. And yeah, first time when I try him, um a lot of things was not in correct scale. For example, on the chin, his chin, the first time when I try it, his chin was like all the way out because I was trying to using concepts of like drawings of works. And
Sure.
works have like very large teeth on the bottom, so
Yes.
their bottom chin it's like bump out.
Right.
So at first I made a very very bad mistake by using a work concept to like to match,
Right.
and it made his face look so bad.
Yeah, it's tricky. That's where I'll give. I think that the Lord of the Rings crew did a pretty good job of trying to interpret, orc into something that wasn't a Citadel orc. Because once Games Workshop put out those miniatures, that was everything.
Wait,
Now everything looked
yeah.
like that because the Ralpartha orcs were a little bit less
So
cartoony.
before you were, I see. Yeah, before you were talking, so I didn't want to stop you. But if you click Control Shift and click on the eyeball icon on the list, just hide everything, and then if you want to show only everything on one list, holding down Control and then just click on one eyeball icon, it will show everything within one list. No, after Shift Control, hide everything, and then only holding down Control, and then click on the list.
Hold on. I'm all getting list happy.
Remember, Felix, you're like 30 seconds behind what he's doing.
Oh, yeah, true.
There we go. That's what I wanted. Now catch up. Come on, you. Are you really going to lag out on me? You can do this. Or maybe you can't.
Or you just turned on all 300 million polys, huh?
No,
Well, you should be able to chug through it. I guess not.
we could hide most of it.
Yeah. No, I had high hopes. And my hopes were obviously, I was obviously being silly.
Okay, there's a folder called work, post work, and hide that folder by you holding down Control and click on the it's called work post. Yeah. Control and click. Oh, not Control Shift. I think you did Control Shift. So that one, it's on the environment.
All right, hold on. Let's frame. Let's get everybody. No. Okay. Joy. Okay. All right. So now everything's on. And
Maybe we should just hide everything first,
yeah, I think
and
that's where we're
only
going.
open a few things.
Come on, you can do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Now, yeah. Next time when you click on the icon, like the eyeball icon, try not to hold down Control and Shift. Only Control.
Tomas.
I know. I'm a mess over here.
I'm not trying to teach you anything. It's
No.
you probably already knew it. It's
No, we were laughing about this today because I've been programming my Space Mouse and I've been assigning buttons to the Space Mouse, and I've been trying to get used to using my Space Mouse, so I stopped using my keyboard for navigation. And then today, I started using my keyboard because we weren't sure if that was working. And it's turned into this, I now can use neither. It's a beautiful situation. Yes, watching me struggle with navigation is good humor. All right. So we are here, and you wanted orc pose? Is that what you were
No. Work pose. I wanted you to hide it, so don't turn it on.
Okay, we're not going to
Like
turn that on.
that one's the environment. So
Okay.
anything else will probably be fine.
All right. So let's go to. You had the head rocks on, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Control click on the icon. Only control, not shift.
Yeah. That was only control.
Awesome.
And
Yes.
then
Now we can internal.
And then shoes, waist pieces. All right, let's see what we have here. Okay. Now let's just take a look at this. We'll do this step by step.
Okay. So on the waist piece, this is actually not waist piece. It's actually the first stuff that I tried to use ZBrush hard surface, the Z modeler tool to make, and yeah,
No, I think
I tested, but I still like Maya better. No offense, though.
Yeah, well, no offense to me, that's for sure. Yeah, we all use different tools for different things, and it also using the tools that you're used to solve the problems that you're used to solving with those tools, obviously, makes a big difference because, these look great. I would say that you probably want to change the faces of some of these where
face.
Yeah, so like these are all like the same level, like they're the same surface. Just coming in and I'm going to be melodramatic here, obviously, but doing something like that and doing something like that where it's facing a different angle, even if it's hard surface, just have it face a slightly different angle. And what it does is it creates different reflective surfacing. And as you do these, what will happen is, okay, that's tilted up. Let's tilt that one down and out. And obviously, you don't have to be this melodramatic with it. But what it does is it gives you, once again, like a little variety in your reflective plane. And it just looks a little bit more, especially in something armor, swords, things that were handcrafted, aren't machined. So having that variability in your surfaces help dramatically, right? So I would tend to just give it a little bit more. Let's turn that off so you can see. And it just creates different reflective surfaces, and it catches the eye a little better.
Oh, I see.
So
interesting.
I would, and just see from this angle how it looks. There's something going on there, and it just catches the eye a little. And so consider doing something like that. And I understand it's like, oh, well, these are plates riveted to a piece of leather, so they're all the same thickness. So why would I do that? To catch the eye, right? Because this, let's get in there. There you go. This could be just something that had lines cut in it, right? This could be all one surface, and you could have just cut these lines and wound up with the same thing, because how things reflect, this is basically the same surface as this. So this is going to reflect as one surface. Where if you come in, where you come in and change the angles, and now this, hold on, let's see if we can, let's turn this gold. Because the gold reflects pretty dramatically. So as you can see, see how this reflects as one surface? Right?
Yeah.
This highlight is a nice, smooth, consistent transition, right? That's one surface.
Yeah.
Where if you come over here, let's just move this over. Just look from right here. Look at how this is reflecting dark, and this is reflecting brighter.
True.
See how that
Yes.
has a lot more character as a surface? And once
I
again, I
see.
made these pretty dramatic, but like as we move around, see how these are still reflecting as one surface, but this is lighter, and there we go. See from this angle, now this is reflecting flat, and you can see where this is a brighter here, and now, if this were selected, it'd be
see.
brighter, obviously. But as we come back here, and let's just move that around, see how much more dynamic that belt is now compared to this side? Right, that reflects as one. Let's just do a simple roll. Highlight, 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 pop, 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 right? You get different reflecting surfaces. And
I
that
see.
becomes much more dramatic, even in animation, even in rendering, because it is still going to reflect light differently.
Yeah.
And so those complex surfaces just they visually are just more interesting. And they don't have to be, all it has to do is be a slight twist,
Yeah.
and it's going to throw different shadows. So
Cool.
I would
I
break,
like that.
yeah,
Question.
37.
So
No,
So,
it's
the tool that you were using, like to draw like lines on the screen, what tool was that?
Oh, what tool was that? That is
Yeah.
called,
Sword soft.
okay, I keep calling it soft sword.
Sorry.
Sword soft mouse track.
Okay.
And you can get it, it'll display, like you can display all kinds of things. You can display the mouse clicks, you can display your keystrokes, all kinds of stuff.
I see.
It'll live zoom, it'll do all kinds of stuff. And it's free.
Nice. Oh, that's very nice.
Right? Very nice is free. Or free is
Yeah.
very nice. And it works
Wait.
pretty good.
It says $2.99, but it's
What?
not.
It used to be
Wait.
free.
Wait, let me just read through. Maybe that's not the right license.
Yeah, no, that
Um,
was, I mean, they very likely could. I've had it for a couple of years, so God only knows. They might have.
Oh, it's okay.
It's okay. It's $2.99. That's still pretty much free.
Yeah.
And I know that you just copied these and moved these over, so this isn't necessarily an issue, but I would change the shape of each one of these, break them up and move them around a little, just so it feels like there's different stuff in them, and
Got you.
have them actually interact with the surface just a touch more, in the sense of move elastic. Let me make this bigger, because these would be touching, right? See how much room your belt has here,
Yeah.
and see how far this is sitting off the body. Well, these would be
Yeah.
resting against the body, probably, right? You wouldn't have that much. If you had something strapped around your waist, you wouldn't have, a few inches of airspace between you and your belt. Even if
Actually,
your
the-
belt's stiff.
The belt's actually metal.
Well, I'm assuming that these crack. It's metal plated to leather.
No, metal to metal. It's from the concept. I'm just trying to recreate what they have on the concept. It's literally like in the concept, if you look at them from behind, there's a huge amount of space
Okay.
between the belt and the body. And the belt it's literally just like, I don't know, like locked on right
Sure.
on top of the hips. So the reason the position of this guy makes it that there's no space on the back and a lot of like empty spaces on the front.
Sure.
It's because how he positioned. Like
yeah.
uh,
No, I mean,
yeah.
if it's a rigid ring, it's going to fall forward. Yeah.
Yeah.
And is the concept a drawing?
No, it's a 3D model that's made by someone else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I could share the concept in the thing,
Yeah.
in the
that'd be nice.
Discord. Yeah, I'll do it right now. Just 1 second.
Well, I would still futz with the bags a little, because one, they're all the same bag, so change them up a little. And even if this were leather, you'd probably get a little hang off of it, right? You know, these would change just a touch, and just come back in and squish them around a touch, and you know, I would why is move not there? I always love it when things like this happen. Where's move?
Cool. Yes.
The,
Yeah. That's a very good advice, and I will most likely do that too. Like, you know,
there it
just
is.
yeah. Um,
And
I
you know,
share the
just come in
concept.
here and change the shape of stuff that's in it. Maybe give one of these like a hard edge, so you know he's like carrying something square in there, compared to you know this one that has balls in it or whatever. You know, just make it feel like there's different things in the bags. You know,
I
and
see.
yeah, I mean, I think that having these be a wee bit more. And I mean, I understand that they're actually anchored onto it, so it might not twist that way, but let them feel as if there's a little bit more gravity in them.
I see.
You know, where they're not, because these are soft bags. You know, they're not. These are not metal, and so they would shift around just a touch.
Okay.
And yeah, just have them. I would maybe give them a little twist. Let's do twist. Yeah. Right, you know, where they're just where it's not just these square things slapped on there, because that also makes the belt look harder if the things that are apparently leather are softer, right? They're moving.
I
So
see.
don't be afraid to make those shuffle around a little bit more.
Okay.
You know, because that it gives a lot more to the motion of the pose too if the things that are attached to it are moving.
I see. And I also share the concept art. It's in the Discord in the hub on the text channel called hub.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, right. God of War.
right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in the middle one, the one from the middle, you can see the build that's like
Yep.
on the character standing, yeah, from the back. You can see there's a lot of spaces between him and the build.
Yeah.
So that's why I thought maybe it's something that's like, you know, just
Open
he's
erasing.
only holding it with his muscles from the back, and yeah.
Yeah, see, I would still argue that that's a big, thick leather belt, and these are attachment. Because, see, that looks like cracked leather in there.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Now that I'm looking at it, yes, leather.
Mm.
But still, like there are huge space between that and the body, like
Yeah,
and the back part.
yeah. No, I agree. It's fairly rigid. I still think I still think that the brain reads some of this where it's like it wants to see that, like, you know, because the first thing I notice, oh, look at how far that's sitting off. And there's some gaps in here, right? But
Yeah.
I mean, if you look here, you know, you're really not dealing with a ton of space here in the front. And I wish
True.
I could see it. See, this is still fitting pretty tight, right? I mean, there's a little distance here, but if you look, this bag is touching his hip here, right? I mean, you're getting close. I mean, you're almost on the hip here. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. The reason that on the front there's like a lot more space, it's because on the backside of the person, um, there's no more space from the backside because he's leaning forward.
Oh
So
yeah,
I
no,
push
no.
him.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'm just
Okay,
saying I
cool.
think that for something that is you know, I mean, look here, you have almost the width of the bag here, right? I mean, see how much room's there?
Yeah.
I think that you could get away with pushing all of this in a little bit more, just so there's
Okay.
not that much space. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I get it. I'm just saying, aesthetically speaking,
I see.
we're creating images, right? We're creating photographs. And so I just think that something that appears as if it's fitting better is going to help you. And it's also going to keep this stuff from floating out in space, right? You know, I would keep these, I would bend these in just a touch so it's flopping towards the body. Because that's, you know, if it's soft enough to get this kind of detail from something in it, it's soft enough to flop some. So get these bags kind of floating in with gravity some. And I would say you probably want to bring this belt in to about...
Another question about how to bring them in.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way I can use the move tool? I mean, right now they are each piece it's one individual subtool.
Sure.
Is there a way I can use move tool and move them all at once without combining them?
Uh-huh. Hold on. Let's turn you off. Let's turn you off. We can turn that off. We can turn... No. Yep, we don't need that. Is there anything else turned up? Yeah. Hold on, let's turn this stuff off. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we are going to turn this guy on. And so see how everyone's selected? Everything that's selected has hash marks in it. If you hold down Control and tap, Control Shift and tap. Come on, you. Oh, goodness gracious.
Is there any way I can like use move tool to move them instead of like using a
not if not all together. Now
I see.
yeah, sorry. There used to be a plug-in, but I seriously doubt it still works.
I see. Because the tool that you're showing right now, I'm fairly familiar with that. So my question was like, yeah, you get my question. It's just like a move tool, but a move tool that move everything, even they are in different subgroup.
Yeah, no. There used to be, God, what was it called?
One person suggested Transpose Master. Is that what you're trying to think of?
I think that's what it was. And it would reproject your tools. Does Transpose Master still do that? Yeah, no, see, I don't think it does.
And if I move the belt like that, should I also move the cloth with it? Because
yeah, but you can just punch the cloth back under it. You know, that's probably easier than actually, because this is going to do a universal squeeze, you know?
yeah.
So I think, now, I'm trying to think of, yeah, I think it was called, you may want to look in Transpose Master and see if you can still do it. Oh, is there Subtool Master still? Hold on. I haven't used these tools in decades. Yeah, no. So I think it was called Transpose Master. And you would turn everything on, and then it would reproject the changes. And I don't see it here. Ugh. Now, why are you... Now, I should be able to hold that and tap over here, and you should... Aren't you being a pain in the butt? Actually, here's the other way you can do this. Go to here. It's just causing me grief, and I don't have the time to deal with it. If you mask the subtool, it's not going to be affected. So I'm going to come back here.
But that will create another problem.
You know, just pull that in a touch and... pull that in a touch. We probably want to push that back out a little. You know, and that's going to give you, see, it just looks like it's fitting on him a little better. And then I would probably come back in, you're right, with move or something like that and just kind of punch that in just a touch. Or maybe we'll just,
Okay.
there you go. Maybe that's the answer. Just position it a little differently. Ooh. Oh, well, you obviously have to look at it at multiple directions. I mean, you know what you're doing, obviously. The other thing you can do is merge visible, turn it into one separate subtool, do it outside your model, split two parts, and you can get them all separated again. But merge visible will give you a new tool with just what you have shown, and then you can come back in, take it into the folder, and you know you can split something that's multiple tools inside a folder, and the split will stay inside the folder, if that makes sense. So that might be the way to do it, where you can do it by
using the tool.
Right, because here we just go merge visible, we have our subtool, and then you just click on, okay, everybody, hold on. Auto group, click on you, mask you off, come back, turn that on, and then get a big move tool. Push it in by move. Right, get everybody out. That would push the top in a little. And then I'm just gonna new folder. It's in a folder. Label your folders. It's important. You know that. You've labeled all your folders. And so now, this is probably going to blow all of these things to pieces. But if you polygroup them correctly, like if they're in if you get each one of them to be separate polygroups before you transition to your thing, you're not going to blow all your belts and stuff off, because I auto group, so this is going to blow all these to pieces. But you put it in, and you just group split, okay, and you can bring that into your other model, and now you have everything split out by part or by polygroup. So polygroup it before you send it out, but that's how you can move everything, do it quickly, bring it in, drag the model back into the folder, and then split it. Boom, it'll blow out, and you're fine.
Cool.
That's how I do it.
Okay.
Here, we can delete that because you don't need it. Let's come back to you. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? You're right here. Nope, that's not you. Oh. No. Oh, no. It's good. Where did it go? Boom. I thought that was you. No, that's Frankenstein. That's Samurai Jack. Did you just lost my project? Oh, no. We reloaded it. Yeah, it was the last thing. I was like, wait.
Oh, I was just joking.
Well, no, I was like, what the hell? Okay, so here again, you did a really good thing, and that is changing your texture up between your layers is super good. Now, the one thing I would consider doing is either the ones in front or the ones in back. Change your texture scale so you're implying depth through texture. And I know this isn't very deep, but it's still really helpful, where, let's say, this is a smaller texture, this is a slightly bigger texture, and then this is a slightly bigger texture, where as they go back, your texture changes, but it stays consistent within each layer. The other thing you might want to do is as you go back, knock out some of the texture. And not too much, but just knock it out a touch. Because even in rendering, if everything's the same, it's the same, right? So shifting your layers up will tell your depth story better, if that makes any sense. And your eye will notice it, All right, let's go to temp left shoulder part, delete body parts, temp armor. Come on. All right. Here again, just on the higher areas, don't be afraid to, just tap out some of the texture. Just, it reads where. That was a little aggressive, sorry. You turn that down some. But, and you kind of got it here. Just in the places of where, just knock that texture back a little bit more. And it'll read shiny spots, right?
Oh,
and,
I see.
So like on the bags, if they had texture, obviously it would be shinier here because this is getting a lot of rubbing, right? So think about where through friction you're going to lose detail. And your brain catches that stuff. So once again, break your textures up just a little.
Okay,
But
that's
they
a very
look-
good note.
And I don't know what that is. What are these things here? What's going on? Are these something that are supposed to be there? What are these?
I don't know what those are, but
Okay.
it's in a concept, so I don't know how to connect them.
All right.
I just throw them in there and
Oh, I
just
see. From the
match.
graphic, you don't know what it is. Well, let's look at it.
See, I was hoping that you don't find them, but yeah. No, I'm joking.
I was hoping you didn't say anything about that one. Where are they?
It's on the left arm, behind. Okay, I have a different concept. I have a few more. I could
Okay.
show. I can send it. And then on those ones, you can barely see them. Not saying that you can absolutely
Oh,
see
I
them,
see.
but
It's back up over here. It's on the other.
so I send the other concepts, and the other two
Okay.
plus what that you're looking at, it's all the concept that I can find from the website. From this person's art station. No, on the bottom too. Yeah, it's still very hard to see, but in one of them they have armor. The one on the upper one, yeah, on the left side, and on that concept, it's on his right arm. They changed the armor like to the right arm. Yeah, something like that. It's like it's almost like it's connected to the layer behind it, and I don't know what that is.
No, I don't think he does either. Look, it's sitting. I hate this. This is one of my huge pet peeves. This is just like going through. I don't. It doesn't.
Yeah,
appear.
it's literally just like yeah, and also look at the top piece, the piece on the very top. It's cutting into the material from the back. No, don't go too high up.
Right here.
Still on the same place.
Yeah.
On the spot.
Right here.
You marked the bottom two earlier. No, it's to the right side of where you just marked. Just no, don't scroll like where you just draw something. The place that you just yeah, a little below that, a little tiny bit below that. The metal pieces.
These.
Yeah, those ones. Yeah, you can see that they are cutting to the backside.
Yeah.
Like from the very top, they literally just cut into the very the base material of this rod. So I really don't know what those are and why they are there, but yeah. As of right now, I'm just pushing it against the back.
It's almost like they're. It's almost like they're like belt loops or something. I guess he is that. No. I was just wondering where he got his referencing from. It's almost like they're belt loops. You know, I mean, that's what. Yeah, it's weird. Well, I would, if I were you, I'd find them. I would make them do something. So, what they kind of look like they're doing is that they're belt loop guides. Is my closest guess, right? Because if wait, hold on, let me go. Yeah, open original, and let's get in here. Because it at least looks like this is sort of a strap that's coming under, right? This is a different series of straps.
Oh, I see.
You see what I mean? Because you have that as a strap, you sort of have that as a strap, and you sort of have this as a strap. So it looks like, or what I could guess is that it looks like it's kind of, here's your buckle, this is coming around, it's coming around, and then through the buckle, right? Because you have this secondary strap going on here.
Okay.
So the only thing I can think these are sort of belt buckles, right? Something for the band to guide through. Does that make sense? Because it is going behind them. So just so it's not something that's sitting there and that's random, I would like turn them into belt buckles or turn them into something so you don't have something that's just undefined there.
Okay, I see.
So I would probably come on, you can do it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think I'm gonna, add a little
Where
something.
there's like a,
Oh,
like it's a, because I think, do you have an extra one here? No, you have 4 buckles. You have 4 of these.
No.
Yeah.
There is an actual one. I just accidentally throw that into the wrong folder, I think.
Sure.
So now it's in, yeah.
So I would make these, like, my solution would be to probably slide these over just a little bit more, make them a touch taller, just so if this is the size of the belt that it goes through that, and make them belt loops. I'd probably put a ribbon on them or something so they're attached somehow. Just come up with something why they're there. Because obviously if these are the belt buckles, you need a strap here to attach to once. Because see how that's coming under, because this has to be, it's a closure. So if that's your buckle, this is coming through and then your pin's here, right? So there has to be a strap over here attached to these guys anyway, right? Because right now these are all just floating. So you need the strap.
I don't think making the graph. Like I understand that some of the concept have like those little graph going through the fingers. I don't think I'm making those because I tried to wrap the project up. But yeah.
Yeah. I'm just
Cool.
Or like I said, just make it something. Because if it's just random, someone's going to go, well, what the hell is that? And why is it not doing anything? Just make it do something.
Okay.
No. Okay. That was the other one of those. Body parts. There we go. Yeah, that looks good. Armor looks good. Shoe internals. Let's see, that's going on top of. We're missing something here. Camera, you can do it. There we go. Yeah, no, this looks great. This is fun. Yeah, no. I think you are killing it. I mean, it looks great.
Cool.
I think there are
Thanks.
just those handful of things that, you know, if you...
Yeah, do a
You know,
little tweaking stuff.
yeah, just it's because at this point it's exactly that. It's tweaking and figuring out, like, make sure that things that are hanging are actually hanging, that have weight. You know,
Yeah.
make sure things that are there make sense, and you know, just that there's something going on there. But other than that, I would say that you are killing it. Looks great.
Awesome. I'm planning on posting it to our station when I'm done.
Well,
And,
post it in
yeah.
Discord, please, so we can see it. And, you know, when you're done, I'd love to see it, without a doubt.
Cool.
No, awesome. Looks great.
Oh, nice. Cool. Thanks for all the feedbacks. It's
Of course.
very, very useful. Like, I learned a lot from you just now. Like,
Okay.
especially in the part where you mentioned how like dial down the details on the on places that's like more towards the surface.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's that's something that I didn't think of before.
yeah.
And now that I hear now that I see you did that little part, it's it's something that's very important and something
Very
that's
important.
very easy to
Yeah.
miss. And I learn a lot, so thanks.
No, of course. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Because, I mean, it looks great. You're killing it. It definitely looks good.
Nice. Cool.
All right.
Yeah, I literally just made the whole thing streaming from 46 days ago on Twitch, every single step of the way.
Really?
Yeah, literally in my Twitch channel. I work on them 8 hours a day, every single day.
You stream live 8 hours a day?
Yes.
Do me a favor. Leave your Twitch channel up there, because I think, you know, people would love to see it, and I want to drop in and see what you're doing, without a doubt.
Where do you want me to leave my Twitch channel?
Just in chat.
Okay.
Put it in Twitch chat.
Yeah.
So it's literally just my name. Click on my name and
Post it as a link.
link. Oh, I see. I see.
Twitch.tv/.
Sorry, I'm just a little too tired today. No, dude, this morning I had to wake up at 7 o'clock, and yesterday I went to bed around 3 or 4 o'clock, so I barely got any sleep, and now it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning here, so I'm very passed out.
Yeah, that's about the time we'll be going to bed here, or that's about the time we'll be wrapping up the stream here.
Yeah, I was like
We'll
going
go
to bed.
an hour after that.
Totally worth it to stay a little longer and to get those very, very useful feedbacks.
Good. I'm
Yeah.
glad.
I'm pretty appreciated.
Of course. I look forward to watching you work.
Awesome. Thanks.
I'll come heckle you. How's that?
I've done it before.
That's
I've
not
watched
how
it on
I
stream.
do it. No.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Like
No.
all feedbacks are welcome. Like, you're not the first person I got feedbacks from. I also got feedbacks from Henry, and before Henry, there's someone who used to work for Epic Game also came to my channel and gave me some feedbacks.
Nice.
Dude, that guy's feedbacks, man. That guy's feedback made me redo my entire like post. So when I redo
Sure.
my post, I redo like most of my muscles too. So yeah, there's a lot of things I redone, and it was fun. But I mean, the result it literally looked a lot better. Like
Yeah,
when
no,
I'm
it looks
done,
great.
it's worth it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it looks great.
I made him redo the fit.
True follower. Thank you.
Awesome.
Hey, thanks a lot for the feedbacks. I think I'm going to take off.
Awesome.
Just go to bed. Thanks. Have
Of
a
course.
nice. Yeah.
Have a good
Have
one.
Thanks a lot.
Have fun. Thanks. Bye.
And you've got the right one already.
Yeah.
Honey.
I'm gonna delete his model only because it's the size of God. There we go. Yeah, when you have something that has that many parts, there's a lot to talk about. Holy Hannah. All right. Is Honey here?
I haven't seen them type yet.
Oh. Hey, no, excuse me. Oh, I just saw Carmeet showed up. You're like, that was like 2 hours ago.
That was like 2 hours ago.
Hold on. Let me push this button here. New messages. Oh, yeah. That was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Uh-oh, what just happened there? Uh-oh.
Lord, don't break Restream bot.
Oh, I tried to delete his model and ZBrush crashed. Holy Hannah. All right, let's see if it pulls out of this or do we have to reboot? Yep, that looks like we get to reboot. Come on. Sorry. Wow. Me crashing, we just lost 15 people when I crashed.
You mean it updated finally on your screen. You finally had the RAM to see how many people were here.
Wow, we were doing pretty good there for a while. All right, hold on, let's... Okay, boop. You can go away, boop. Hub. I get so confused. What's hub?
It's just the name of the channel.
Okay, so we need to... Okay, hold on. Let's restart ZBrush. Oh, while we're waiting, if you guys are on YouTube, please subscribe and hit the like button if you like what you're seeing, because with YouTube's new algorithms, it's like a big deal to hit like. And if you're sitting here watching it, there's no reason not to hit like. And then subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. And if you have any questions, post them right down in the comment section, and either I or someone from Pixologic will answer your questions fairly promptly, actually. So now, I don't know if I want to recover this. Should we just go through the list and I reload them?
Yeah, let's just reload them.
Because I don't feel like it's a good idea to try to get that wildebeest back in there. Okay, so honey, and oh, here we go. Hold on, make that shrink. I'm not going to do this every time again. Okay, and then who was next? Slug Dragon.
Jin.
Yeah. And then okay, there it is. And then who's next?
Vineet.
Okay. And then next?
Raphael.
All right. Next?
Kevin.
Okay, and next?
Abhijit. That one's a JPEG, so you're not actually going to load that one.
Okay.
Next in ZBrush will be Facial, has 2.
46 and 47.
Yep.
Okay. And then
And
is
then-
it Abinash?
No, we did that one already.
We did?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the other
Haidar?
orc. Al-Katab? Hidar?
Yep.
Okay.
And
Who are
then
those?
Sina, you haven't downloaded yet.
Okay. Let's,
And
while we're
that's the
sitting
list.
here doing things, we might as well start Sina's download while we're doing this. Yeah. Like, no, never mind. I'm not even gonna say it. I'm just gonna sit here and be quiet. Dropbox gives me ulcers. Like, I hate programs that change. Like, sometimes you have to hit it over here, or here's the option here. It's like, what's that game I'm playing?
Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk. So, like, if you're in a car and it's part of a story, you push X to get out of the car because it's in the storyline. But if you're in a car and you try to exit, like if you're just driving a car around, it's B to get out. Like, why do I have to push 2 different buttons to get out of a car? Just saying. That one frustrates me a little. Okay. So, just saying. A little bit of a thing. I get it. It's tied to the dialogue. X are activities and dialogues, but why'd you do that to me? I just.
I'll write somebody a really angry letter.
Will you do that for me? Will you make sure that someone
Yeah, you
understands
can-
that I'm a
a
little
T?
frustrated with that
Does
one?
Does T seem like an angry enough letter? Maybe a W. Let's go check.
V's very
Okay.
angry.
V. I wrote it.
V followed by a semicolon.
Say I'd write 2 letters or a letter and a symbol.
Yeah, that would be an asterisk. Wait. All right. So, looking good. And actually, you have found a way to get the mouth open that far and it not look stupid. Like, these lines are nice. Now, the only thing I would say is that your cheekbone has turned into a floppy piece of fabric. So still remember that there are bones here, even though there's a transition. So by doing that and keeping that a cheekbone, your skull doesn't turn into lumpy fabric. Right? No. I hate when I turn symmetry on when I'm not supposed to turn symmetry on. I wanted to show you the difference between the two. Turn symmetry off. Oh, that's what that button was. Sorry. I was trying to remember how I programmed it. And never mind. Shh. I didn't make that comment. So if you keep this being a bone structure, and then that can be that, but you still retain the skull feeling, where here this looks a little bit like floppy flesh or fabric, where that retains the bone. So don't get rid of that cheekbone. The nose looks good. The eyes are good. Wearability looks good. That's coming up and off. You may, and this is purely a may, you may want to just give this a little bit of a line there. And that way, when this is made, this will reflect at the tongue thickness. And even though that is, only just a touch behind it, that's something that can release. But from back here, it at least gives you a reflection of tongue thickness. And it doesn't look like just a big wedge. See? I would say give that a little bit of a meat thing so it looks like that's pinching up some. Right. Because that's doing that face squish thing. Yep. That doesn't look good. You can figure that one out. But I might give some meat here, just because that face is squishing up. This, right, it doesn't look like meat's pinching here. It just looks like a shelf. So you might have to figure out a little bit more what's going on with this intersection. Let's see. What am I doing? That's what I'm looking for. I know it's not a bear, but yeah, no, wolf. I thought a bear was going to be a little bit, yeah. I guess this is a little bit more what I'm saying. Where are you? There you are. Right, see how this is the cheek muscle and it's rolling up and you're getting that wrinkle, and that's how you're getting that bunch of meat there. So I think instead of scooping this out, you need a little lump of meat there. Right, so see how this is hollow? So there's a pinch here, and that's what's creating that there. But it's stylized. You can say I'm insane and just blow me off, but I just think that if this scoop is here, there needs to be something pressing up against it. Or not. But other than that, yeah, give it a cheekbone. Give it a little tongue ridge. And figure out your pinch in here. And other than that, looks great. Always, when that's a crappy sort of statement. I say it all the time. And the implication is, other than that, it looks great. I hope no one takes it that way. Because that's not what I mean. All right.
Other than that, I have no changes to suggest.
There we go. Other than that, it looks great. Other than those changes. Nope. See, that's still...
Nope. No. Same implication.
Yeah, you know what? You guys are going to have to deal with it. You know what I mean? I'm never going to remember not to say that. Okay.
It looks great, and it could look even better with these changes.
If you do what I say. Okay, who's next? Is it
Jin?
What was this? Lump dragon or slug dragon? Slug dragon.
Slug dragon.
Hey, right on. That's a sluggy dragon. I like the. Okay, that's funny. That's great. That's here. You have created a slug dragon.
How is it horrifying and adorable at the same time?
Right? I know,
That's
exactly.
a fine line to walk. And they
It
have
is
hit it.
I mean, especially something that almost has like, you know, drooping cuteness. That's pretty darn good. I would say though, especially since it is slug, I would like to see these be a wee bit more attached. Because right now it looks like just a wave, and by putting that ripple on the top, it doesn't feel like this is right, because the silhouette does this, and then this is thin, and that's its mode of right. This kind of comes like this, and then this is a thin edge, and like that. And with the dark or the edge cut in here, it makes it seem like it's a skirt or a ruffle. Jesus, it's a riffle. Let's turn symmetry off. And I think you can get some of this surface tension where you get that little scoop at the edge, and that's why it's ruffling. And boop. Man, one day I will actually breathe again. The pine pollen is so bad, it destroyed our hot tub. To get new filters.
Goodness.
I mean,
We
that's
can
brutal.
get you one of those like air filtered helmets, and you just wear it 24/7.
I think there's something to that.
Yeah, for you.
Yeah, I mean, like, everyone's laughing at these guys who are making like these space helmets. I'm like, I don't know. I think there's something to it.
Are you using a cloth brush? No, that's clay tubes.
Clay tubes. I did use SK cloth on the edge when I
Okay, brushes. Mustafa, that link will take you to where you can get those brushes.
And then let's cut that back in a little. Because it should feel like it's getting thinner out there on that lip. Because that's why it's wobbling, because it got thinner. And then, you know, if you want that separation line up here, kind of make it a layer instead of a cut in. And then it sort of looks like a pattern on the object as opposed to, you know, a separation. You're like, I want it to look like a Victorian ruffle. I'm like, oh, okay, well then ignore what I'm saying. So see how that sort of feels like it's getting thinner at the edge as opposed to just being like a brain. What do they call them? They're not convolutions. What are the little wrinkles in the brain called?
Goo. Goo mass. Brain goo.
No, that's not it. But okay.
Thinky meat.
Right, because this just looks like a tube where this starts to look like it's fanning out. Or getting, not fanning, you know what I'm saying. Right. Does that make
It's a
sense?
wooblin' riffle. Mm-hmm.
Right. Right, just get that edge thin again. And I understand it is sort of. But I think that'll help sell the slugginess of it. I might have gotten that too thin actually, because everything else is sort of bubbly. But yeah, just get a little bit more weight on that ruffle. Now how this thing flies with these sacky wings, I don't know, that's awesome. Your texture differential's nice, how you're changing sides. I would say sort of what we were just talking about with them though, is I would come back in, I tend to use SK trim polish, and just on the top edges, knock some smoother spots in here, just to give your eye a place to rest. So it's not all the same. It also makes a place where you can transition your sizes, right? Like if you smooth it out just a touch, you can get some size transitions in there pretty easily. And that just gives a place for the eye to rest. It's priceless. I like it. All right. Yeah, I think that's really the only thing. Because see here, see how all these are pointing down? You know, slugs do have that sort of profile. So instead of it being, because this is what's rippling, I think that'll sell slug a little more. Looks great. Love it. Neat.
Neat indeed.
That is one big, big toe. The foot point's nice. Instead of just cutting these in, I'd still give this a wee bit more plumpiness, because this is actually stuff that's pinching together. So don't be afraid to give it just a little bit of thickness. Right. And then, because this is pinching, is that, yeah, we crashed, I forgot. I'm like, what? The pinch sort of raises out just a touch because it's actually that meat binding, so you're going to get like a little lump there. Especially if you're doing point, because you're kind of pointing here. And I would say the same thing here, where you're getting a little bit more where there's, you know, it creates these humps when it pinches. And I would say this toe is really big. He's like, I based it on my toe, it's what it looks like. I'm sorry. You're like, what are you saying? I'm like, oh, making friends everywhere I go. because like this is your knuckle ridge, right? And then these are up here, and this one's way down here, right? You'd still get that second knuckle. So I think you kind of skipped a knuckle, and that's how you got that big. So if we look at right, there's an extra knuckle in there. So I think that's what happened is you skipped a knuckle. That's still big. I was about to just sculpt it into a mitten.
No.
And I think it's just a little long too.
There are definitely very long toes in the world, so it's not out of the realm of possibility.
No,
But
I
I
feel you.
suspect if this person was using their own foot as a model, the sort of fore lengthening of them looking down at their own foot made it look longer.
Well, I also think they literally cut out a joint. I mean, because like, if you look at this, right? See, there's no middle joint. That's the first bend. There's an entire second set of bones in there. Right? See, that's the bone, and then that's the bone. That's a bone. Bone. Right? We're missing a crease here, and that's why it looks so big, is because it's twice as big as it should be. You're missing a knuckle. Right? That's the first one. See, bump, 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 bump. Now, that's the first bump, is the second bump back in here. But your foot isn't shaped like that. So you're missing a knuckle in there. That's the issue. Boop.
I think you missed a joint in all of the other toes, because there's 3 in the everything but the big toe.
Well, there's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you're right. Well, he's kind of trying to get it there, right? I mean, that's sort of a boom, 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 boom. You're right. I sort of put that down the first time, and then I went with it.
I wasn't looking the first time.
Yeah, see. Well, see, 1, 2, 3. It's because he's pointing, right? Because the foot's pointing. This knuckle is kind of sort of doing that. So you're really only observing that knuckle, kind of like from this side, right? You can see that knuckle's kind of disappearing because of the pose. But this poor bad boy only had 1. Actually, so technically it had none. You didn't have a knuckle in that one. I want a picture of a pointy foot. Give me a point. There we go. Ugh. I can't tell you, I used to have to sit on Kate's feet over a tennis ball. So she'd stretch her arches. Yoy. And this is why ballerinas smoke.
In the world.
If you had to
That
do
went
that,
off the rails fast.
if you had to do that, every ballerina I know smokes like a chimney. Right, you see what I mean? How in the point you're losing. This appears flatter, so I can see if you were looking at your reference how you could eliminate that, but there's still here. Right, you still have. I didn't mean to touch that. It's okay. One, two, punch. So yeah, the issue here is that you have no joints in that toe, and that's why it got too big. Here, let's look at do not switch. Boop. Stop that. Images. Wow. I don't know what they're doing with those silicone feet, but that's wacky. Right. Boop, boop. Because your web is coming in here. Yep. You're missing bones. Other than that, I mean, looks good. You know, you're definitely getting there with the anatomy, and your wrinkles and stuff are looking good. Actually, this meat pinching looks good. The shape of the toe in the point looks good. It's just you completely forgot your bones in the big toe. There's just one big toe. All right. Any questions? Are we all here?
We're all here.
All right. So, Raphael, turn all our paint off, and let's look at this bad boy. Like I said, with everyone else, give yourself some places for your eye to relax, and you'll sell the depth better with some calm spots. To look at your reference. The curve on your tusks is a little odd because they're coming out. If you look at this curve, it's doing this. and that's not connecting to the skull really. So if we have our skull, these still have to connect, and they can come out, but they don't really get, like it's not coming up here and then curving out. Here, let's look at the elephant skull real quick, just so I'm not giving you erroneous information. But there's something about this that's yeah. So you can see that, well, here even, right? You're getting a ridge there where the skull is incorporating with the tusk, but you're not getting the skull coming out and then the tusk changing direction where it looks like it's going to wind up in here. You know, that tusk is coming directly in angle from the skull. It's not doing this, right? And then there's a bump up here. So let's, yeah, here, this is a good view. Right, this line points to the skull. Where yours are pointing out here. So I think it's just a subtle thing with the angle of this, right? You're getting and there could be a ridge there. Right, but so these curves are pointing to the wrong place. So smooth out your textures, get your tusks pointing in the right direction. Here, let's just even look and see if we can do this just real quick. I mean, it's pretty subtle. It's not like a big change. But do you see what I mean? Those look like they're connected now. It looks like they're anchoring up here and coming down. Where from here, they're no, cancel. Does that make sense? Compared to where are you at? Whoa. We need to see if ZBrush can give me a button that'll hop from past the first one to current.
Or you could just duplicate.
Yeah, but that's not always helpful. Well, I guess actually it'd probably be more helpful, wouldn't it?
I think the answer is, yeah, but I can't always remember that.
I guess actually that would be a lot more helpful. So, yeah, I think that's my only issues there are knock down some of your texture and get the tusks to attach to the skull. and this is so textury and this is so flat. I would, if you're going to put this much text, and I understand that the texture changes dramatically, but you definitely want to carry some texture over, because it shouldn't look like you either forgot it or it's part of something else. Don't be afraid to use, so especially on curves like this, SK cloth is awesome. It just gives you a little bit more weight to your curves. Or set up whatever, I don't know if you're using a standard brush or what you're using for these, but just get it so it has a little gravity in the brush, and that gives you a slightly distorted, right? It has weight to it, and those weighted curves feel a little bit more realistic than just a half curve. Yep. It looks great though. So soften out some of the texture points. Use a brush that has gravity for your wrinkles, because I think it'll give you a little bit more of the sense of gravity. Connect the tusks to the skull, and balance the texture with the ears. Other than that, looks great. All right. I assume there are no. I don't think Raphael's here, right?
That is correct. Hani did just arrive. I think they probably can't hear us right now because they're rewatching their crit, but they might pop in with some questions.
Okay, that's good.
Kevin's up now.
What's the vid on you really want to use it? What are we talking about?
They were talking about using split screen to show, what it looked like before versus now. And I advised against using the split screen feature, but Riz did post a how to use that if you're interested.
We'll do it next week. Well, I would still have to duplicate it, wouldn't I? It would have to be a separate subtool, right? Because you're comparing subtools, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's quite a few steps, I think. I've tried it. I've tried to make it useful, and it just isn't for me.
Yeah, I've tried to make it useful tool, and it makes me want to pull my hair out the last I remember. I used to have long hair. No, everybody knows that's completely not true.
And split screen now.
And split screen. All right. Okay. So
this is Kevin. Hang on. Kevin is next.
I thought, did we? Oh, I just clicked on it. I didn't see anything, and I moved. Oh my god, that was ridiculous. I totally clicked on it, and I saw nothing. Oh, I think I saw wrinkles, and I thought it was the elephant. I don't know. I obviously went on. Is Kevin here? Was that a no?
It was a no, or at least I don't think so.
Looks great. You're not cutting your lines in. It's actually meat folding over meat. He has a great expression. Yeah, it's really nice, actually.
The body could use some work.
Don't be a hater.
Clearly making a joke.
Yeah, this just doesn't connect to the clavicle like it should. I don't know. Yeah, honestly, I don't know that. All right, so now if I remove the hat, I can say, well, you might want to finish off the back of the head. It looks a little round.
When you have to remove things and find hidden pieces.
But so for the people watching, when you hear me talking about how wrinkles aren't cutting in, it's folds, so you actually get it out and in. This is a really good example. I mean, you can see that these aren't cut in. They're actual layers intersecting and creating that. You really accomplished a good job here. Yeah, no, it looks great. You know, your ears don't fill in that much. Here, I got it. Here we go. Just to make everyone feel better. You know, that should be cut back a little more.
What the heck? Or is that?
Shh. I'm trying to make everyone feel better. You know, this is... I feel like I have to at least add something, right? Otherwise, what's the point of me being here?
How does the hat sit on the ears?
I don't know.
Let's see.
All right, so technically, you know, you would have to have your ears would fold in a little and flatten out a touch, and you know, if it was covering his ears, you would have a line. Everyone's just like, just stop. What are you doing? You know,
Just a block up, and they're not.
The hat doesn't go into the ears. You know, I think with all this care you put out here, you might have thought of that. The person's like, Kevin's like, you're a jerk. The stubble looks good. Yeah, it looks great. I mean, yeah, there's not much. I mean, your anatomy's tight, your expression's tight. You know, it's rough. You know, so I mean, you know, you have a rough hand, so you know, chatters and stuff. Well, that's supposed to be there. You know, I mean, it's not killing it. Your strokes are expressive. I like the way you use the strokes to dictate directionality on the face. One of my things. I like that it looks like you use clay tubes. I completely, absolutely, and utterly approve. Yeah, I don't know. What else can you say about it? It looks great. You're killing it, man.
Yeah, that was a really easy one.
Yeah. You know, what's a guy supposed to do out here?
Get a job. Go get a job.
Go get a job.
Put this in your portfolio. Go get a job.
All right. So now we're on Faisal.
We are not. We are on Abhijit, which is a picture.
Oh. Right on. Oh, excuse me. It's funny because it's hard to see in the rendering. I would say that it looks... So what I'm not necessarily understanding... Okay, so this looks like it's blending in. I'm not seeing a transition of where the lip being torn away from the gum is. Here you can see it pretty clearly. But back here, the gum kind of rolls back and in. And I'm not exactly sure what's going on right here. Because, like, I guess, and it, you know, obviously it could just be the view, but I don't understand this part right here. Because if this is tearing, you know, your bottom jaw does that. So this is blending in a little oddly. I don't know what's going on right there. Yeah, I think that the only other thing that I would say is that here, this is evenly spaced, and that evenly spaced, because I am assuming that this is I'm assuming that what's happening is the meat's coming over the cheek, and then you're sort of trying to get this sort of tendony stretched meat where it's still attached here, but you get these holes. For that tension, make them, because they're not, nothing is just this shape with tension. Is going to be tighter up here and get wider at the bottom where they're attached. And then as it gets to attachments at the bottom, it's going to kind of do that at the bottom. And once again, just trying to get this to look like it's tense, like it's stretching, or to look like it's falling and flapping, right? Obviously that's some flappiness. So I think that you could use a little clarification of what's going on right here. And a little clarification. Oh, I got yawny. And a little, like, see, that looks like a tooth back there, but what's this little bit right here? Because this is going in the right direction. There's just this little extra bit of something going on there that I'm not quite sure what it is. And being able to roll it around would be helpful. The other thing is, grab a book on face anatomy, because, under here, it's not hamburger. You can lay in some of that muscle fiber. So you start to get the muscle structure under the skin. So because this is so deep, it's not a subcutaneous layer, right? That's not the fat layer. You're going straight into muscle. And if you go to the Anatomy for Artists books, they have the face book. And so remember, see like this stuff going on right here. So if you, where are you? There you go. So if you're doing the skin, and then you have these connecting here, try to get some of that substructure that's there, and it'll look a little more realistic. Oop, that's not it. But I mean, he looks good. The other thing is this is really puffy. The brow, this stuff is really puffy, and it's so prominent, but we're not getting the bone structure underneath it, right? Because this is the eye socket. That's your cheekbone. This is your toofuses. But this, this comes back and becomes thinner, and this just looks like a pillow. See how puffy this is? It's reading more puffy than eye sunk in. But yeah. Did the ears just get yanked off? Are these just like ear humps? I like that. Yeah. Little swelly ear humps. Nice. Yeah, I think we're just a little puffy. And the nose is a little compressed. And I know he's open, but the distance here. Like, I think your nose is actually going to be here to your tooth, right? Because your sinus cavity's there in your skull. I think your nose is short. And I understand it's wrinkling, but that doesn't... The wrinkling actually brings the brow down. It doesn't take the nose up. So, because your eyes are slanting down here. And so if your eyes are up here, your nose is here, your toofus is... chin. So instead of this coming up, your brow line comes down and into the nose. And you get your wrinkles there. This got a little compressed, I think. It's easier to tell in with the physical object, right? No, looking good. Keep it going. All right. Who's next?
Faisal.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, much better staying with the same visual vocabulary. I think everything here is pretty solid. These are thick enough, they're not fragile. Nope, I'd say that's a winner. Now, just remember, with the bezel set stone, if they are going to do this, you're going to have to cut these in with a graver after the fact, because how you set the stone is you actually hammer all this metal down and around that lip. So you're not going to be able to keep those ridges on your bezel. Now you can have someone come back with a graver and do it, but remember this, if you're dealing with a soft stone and someone slips, they're going to jam that graver right into your stone, and you can mar your stone with a graver. So
I bezel set my first faceted stone over the weekend.
did you grave little lines into it?
I sure did not. I don't believe I would.
Yeah,
I don't trust myself with a graver.
Well, this is very dangerous for anyone. So for safety reasons, you very well may want to do whoa. Okay, hold on. Let's mask you off. I was like, woo. You may want to do something where that's smooth, and then you didn't have that many. No, that's not what we're looking for. Count, that's it. And then come in and cut lines like that. And then that way you're not going right up on your stone, and you can hammer that down, and you can, just carry that over. And I know yours were additive and they didn't look like this, but just carry those over there, and then you can get a similar feeling, but you're not going to destroy stones, and you can hammer it down. But no, I think this one stays with the same visual vocabulary the whole time. I think that is a good transition there. Good call. All right, so what do we have here? So you do what I did at the very beginning all the time, and I put texture all over prongs all the time. I'm going to give you a wee bit of advice that it hurts my soul to say this, but leave your prongs blank or close to blank, because once again, you're going to have to hammer on this, and each one's going to remove texture differently, and trying to get these to be consistent is a massive pain in the butt. So what you can do, get them in and have someone hand grave them. But seriously, for the first 3 years of me trying to do jewelry, I put things all over prongs. Yeah, not so much anymore. I might run a line up it, but I tend to put like detail in here on the sides. But you're going to, because, you know, they're going to hammer on that and it's going to go away. And then you're going to have someone come in with a graver, and that person is going to hate you. There are so many stone setters that hate me. Trust me. This is from real experience. Yeah. So I've tended to now come up with interesting intersections where this is my detail and then this is pretty plain. You know, you can put a facet on it or something, but yeah, stop putting detail on prongs, because all you're going to do is piss someone off, and they're going to come back with a hand graver, and it's not going to be what you sculpted, and you're going to be annoyed because it's not what you put in there, and it's just a recipe for disaster or frustration. These are nice and clean. Everybody's in the same vocabulary. I think I might, and this is just a might, I haven't played with this yet, but I might, hold on, let's go back to this one that has your geometry in it. I might, come on. Do that. Because you have you don't really have hash marks anywhere else on it, but you have a lot of this sort of stepping geometry. So I might turn this into a step or something that moves around at least, because see, that's pulling in something from these. Nowhere else do you have hash marks that repetitive. So think about how to get that pattern tied in a little bit more to this stuff. But once again, a big improvement with retaining the same visual vocabulary. You did a good job. So yeah, this is the only one design-wise. Think about something in here so it's not just the straight lines, or find a place, you know, and put straight lines in. But if you do this here, I'm still going to ask you, why are those straight and why is this all squirrely, right? But you do have this kind of that Greek step pattern sort of thing going. Oh, I didn't see those little guys. Let me see, you kind of have that. I think you've sort of stepped up the thickness of the detail. So I probably would make that straight, or turn it into something that's a bigger linear detail. And I wouldn't make it round, because once again, you have nothing round. You know, doing something like that. Similar line thicknesses, right? I wouldn't put those chevrons there, sorry. You know, you got the same similar line thickness going on here and here. I'd probably put that, and then, you know, get something in there. It doesn't have to be quite the step, you know, you can change it up or something, but. And then, yet again, this is sort of a smaller detail thing, so I would just give it a little bit more beef. And you see how linearly we're now dealing with, you know, these lines are sort of referencing the same thickness of detail where the other one was so minute. So just get rid of those minute details there and there. Figure out something for here. But yeah, I would say that you're definitely doing a better job retaining, not being random, but, you know, really thinking about what's going to be there and doing it. You know, because this also, I think this might be a little busy for this. I mean, like, you can convince me of some repetitive pattern there. But, you know, it can also just be something where it's, you got that there, you know, maybe you have this there, and that sort of repeats this kind of overlay here somehow or something. I don't know. But just your hash marks, there's no place else on the thing that has hash marks. So I would probably avoid them here. Other than that, looks great. Now I'm going to say that for everything, aren't I? Okay. Is it now?
You've been saying that for years.
I know I have. It's just, there's nothing I can do. Is it Haidar?
Yep.
Boop. Turn that off.
And they are here in text. And there is a finished render on their ArtStation. They've posted a link to it in Discord.
In Hub?
In general this time. You know, got to mix it up.
Oh, nice. Holy Hannah. So it looks like you were doing that with the texture here. We'll go back and look. I love orcs that have like little tiny eyes. It's just so funny. Yeah, it looks good. And let's go in here and check this out. Just see if that was in the render or if you were actually doing it. Yeah, no, see, so here they flattened out some of the texture, and in the rendering it really shows up nicely. So yes, go back with that SK trim and smooth out some of that surfacing, and it looks great. No, I'm saying you did do it. I think you. Where is it? Nope, that's not it. Because see in here, like it looks like, see, we lose some of the texture. Now some of this is being brighted out, but like in here, you can see that if you come back in and knock some of that skin texture out, it becomes less homogeneous and it looks like nice worn surfaces, even in the render. So here. Now the model looks great. No, you didn't do it. Or you didn't render here. But you can see how there's a little bit of wearing on those highlights. Yeah, you know, once again, looks darn good. Your anatomical stuff's nice. It's just enough to imply, you know, but you left it soft, so the detail of the face actually is crisper, so it's drawing you to the face. But your anatomy's good. You know, it's interesting, it's good, and it's telling a nice story, I guess. You know, like I said, You have some crispness in the face to punch those details, but you left the rest of the body sort of homogeneous and soft with the implication of the hardness under it. No. Nice, nice, nice. I like that he used rougher texture here and softer texture here and sort of scales, and this is raked. The size of your texture varies. Very nice. No, you killed it. Looks
The
great.
the only thing I'd like to see is maybe SK twist, where the tooth meets the gums.
Yeah.
Very
and
sort
also-
of straight.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. And also in the eye area a little, because right now you're using the like there is no lip. The upper lids are good, but where we're seeing this transition here, let's get in here. Right, you're allowing just the eyeball to sit there as opposed to the meat sitting in front of it. Right. See how that creates a return. So the eyeball is sitting in a, like there's thickness there, or, you know, there's an eyelid. So I would come back and do, sadly, we don't really have enough resolution for twist in that. And then because you have these sharp teeth, hold on, what is, I think it's that one. Nope. Why aren't you doing that? There we go. Come on. Frustrating me. Oh my gosh, come on. Are you really going to be this big of a pain in the butt? Oh, I see. It is a 30 million poly single subtool. All right, that's fine. What do you want? So when you get into the gum areas, and it's the same with the eye, and that is when anything penetrates another surface, don't just let it be flat. Make sure it does penetrate. I tend to use twist and just kind of roll over the edge. And obviously you need a little bit more geometry here to pull this off. And remember that SK Twist does work as Sculptris Pro, so if this doesn't have subdivision levels, you can just turn on Sculptris Pro and it will do that for you. It does not appear, so let's quickly undo that. And I will show you. Sculptris Pro is super magic as a finishing tool, because you haven't decimated this, obviously. But, like, let's say this is a perfect example. We'll come on, we'll turn on Sculptris Pro. And we'll just come in here. Oh, yes. Sculptris Pro won't work on a 40 million poly model. It doesn't know what to do with it. So I would separate the gums out. Right, hold on, split the groups. Where are you? Oh, right, this is not my computer at home. Group split. Okay. I like how it says, this is undoable. Yeah, you just merge them all back together. Now we go to our gums. Much smaller, Sculptris Pro. And now you can come in and get this going. And we're not increasing the size of the mesh dramatically. But there is the implication of something penetrating, right? And that is going to provide a very clear penetration issue, right? And so as we come back out, and I would go back in and fill that up a little bit, but you can see that that's giving you that sort of, oh, okay, this is coming out. Where, let's go to your rendering real quick. You can sort of, I mean, you're kind of getting it with color, but I mean, look at the difference, you know, in the depth of this. And those just look like they're floating. They don't really look like they're penetrating the meat. So it's funny. See, you can paint the detail in with the, in rendering, you can make that look deep, but I would still put it in your model. Yeah. Give it a little.
Yeah, I think that one tiny little step is really
a big
just what would turn it into a masterpiece. Because when I look at it, the only thing that I sort of get that uncanny valley feeling about is the teeth, and I think that's why.
Yeah. Is that by San Fernando? The Uncanny Valley?
Yeah. Yeah, you can take a tour of it.
Pretty sure you can. It's right next to Disney Park, I'm pretty sure. Right next to Space Mountain. Then they've removed Space Mountain. Is Space Mountain still there?
Space Mountain better still be there. Well, I don't know anything about Disneyland. I just know Disney World.
All I know is I remember getting on Space Mountain. So CalArts, you know, was started by Disney. So we got like year passes for seriously like 35, 40 bucks. We could go whenever we wanted. And we used to go all the time. And I'll never forget getting on Space Mountain. You know, Space Mountain isn't like a dramatically scary roller coaster, except it's in the dark. And me and my friend got in, and they put that little bar down, and then it started going. And the first hill we went up, and that bar just, it didn't lock. It was just flopping around. Space Mountain becomes a much scarier ride when you are not barred in.
It's just more exciting. That's what you paid for.
Yeah. No. I'm just going to say no. Right, just give them a little bit of oop to make them look like the teeth are penetrating. And I would say the same.
So
same with the
an
eyeball.
interesting point that this sculptor said was they made this entire model in 4 hours with the intent to do those sorts of finishing things in Photoshop, like during the render.
Mm-hmm. I feel you. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
I get it. You know, and especially if it's for render, so much you can do in Photoshop, and who cares? But I would say get into the habit of putting it in your model. I think that it creates a level of reflective story in a rendering that's real, even if you're in there hand painting. And I know you can, but you're still painting something that's flat, you know. But
Yeah.
I mean, it looks great, you know. Because those are the only two things, you know. And like I said, you painted that in. But I bet if you put like a little dimensionality lip here, so it looks like that's cut in and going into the eye, compared to painting it on, you know, you're actually getting real light reflection on the dimensionality, and it's just different. And I'm a sculptor, so sculpt it. I'm a sculptor solution person. I sculpted that in 15 minutes. I see how you are. Looks great.
Great.
All right. So now,
Up next is Cena. And you may have two models to download, another from Vinit.
right on. Looks good. I would say divide your model up enough so you don't get your, you know, get enough divisions in there where the surfaces are smooth. And I would probably come by and just knock a little bit of the edge off. Let's go. Alt. Turn smooth off, divide, divide, smooth on, divide, divide. No. Nope. I see. Is this an OBJ imported? I think it must be. Because the geometry on that is super weird. Well, here. Let's just go with this because we can divide these. Split hidden, fine. Oh, lower res, split hidden. Look at this guy. Divide it. Divide it. And see, that still reads as a sharp edge. But it doesn't look just like it's been catted out. Hold on, right, you know, this still has all your facets in it. And you have this machine edge. I'm assuming this is a wood table. I think that's a much more convincing reflection story for a wood table. I mean, just look at the difference between the two there, right? You know, that looks like it was carved out. There's a sanding edge. So divide those up so they look smooth and tooled. And I think really that's about it. I mean, you know, I would divide that. Just, once again, a wood table isn't going to be just machine sharp, just that touch of no. Why are we not selected? Oh, we are selected. Oh, that's so frustrating. Okay. Divide. And you can see here, even just dividing it a touch just takes that machine edge. It's still sharp edge, but it gives it a slightly different feeling. Now make sure to remesh those before you divide that, because that's wonky geometry that's going to act wonky. Yeah, it looks great. I mean, your bottles look like bottles. Things are sitting. Your wine glasses might be sitting into your surface just a little there. Yeah. Make sure they're sitting on the surface, because, and I would say you probably still need a wider base than that, because that wine glass is going to fall over and break and everyone's going to be frustrated and angry. Yep. And so that's it. Make your wine glass bases bigger. knock your edges off a machine to this, divide it a couple times, remesh this stuff so it can divide, because a wood table isn't going to be that sharp. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it on that one. You did a good job there. And you said there's what? Another one that I need to download?
Yeah, I just converted it to a ZTL. They uploaded a ZPR. So they are uploading now. And I uploaded a ring of my own because we're out of files, so might as well.
You know, Kat said that she wasn't going, she didn't upload anything because she thought we were going to, you know what I'm saying.
Just hang on a sec. There'll be some new files there in just a sec.
Okay.
She didn't think we were doing crits?
No, she heard we had 15 people, so she didn't upload. It's only 12:17. Wow, we might
It's
get
only
out of here early.
12:17. Yeah.
What a concept. Go to bed before 5 a.m. What a shocker.
No way.
You're right, I still have to look at... Might have some scoring to do.
Mm-hmm. This is saying it's going to take 7 minutes still, so maybe you do want to just download that ZPR since
Okay.
it's there.
I mean, it doesn't matter if it wipes everything else out because
Right.
it's at the end. Is perspective on? Oh, you guys in that perspective, you're killing me. I just don't know why you do it. Why? Why? Yeah. I don't. Is that lifting something? My back feels beat up. I would say make these a slightly bigger variety. It's not just like a bread top. It really actually doesn't do that. You have a curve in there, but it's slightly you know, it's a little bit more like just a surface dent as opposed to being like a bread or it's kind of look like green onions or green peppers. You know, it's not quite so directly a line in there. You know, they have a dent, but it's going to be a little bit more subtle than that. What's going on here? So these aren't actually ridges. It's a little more, once again, it's a little more subtle than that, because what's happening is this is open, and this, under normal circumstances, kind of comes out a little more and does that. And this comes back and connects to the top here. So that little ridge right there comes down, and you get this little doogie going on here. And your opening is sort of there. So I'm not exactly sure what reference you got with these ridges in them. Mm. And to be fair, you can probably find a skull that has anything on it because skulls are weird. But well, maybe you're seeing that reflection. See, maybe you're interpreting like sort of those as ridges. I guess you can see them there sort of as ridges. So what's happening is that's actually the nasal cavity kind of coming around and going out. I'll tell you this, for most sculpture, you're going to want to simplify that interior shape because it's just going to give people something to go, what is going on? Because see, these are kind of, they're sort of misleading because it makes it look like, so as far as sculpture goes, okay, and so they're not really fins. You got to kind of think of what's happening is this is a bone coming in, and then you have this opening here. So even if you're doing, do we have resolution? Oh, look at you. Yay. Thank you for keeping your resolution. We're just going to do one side here. So you have an opening kind of doing this. And these are just sort of, they just come down. This is a bone that enters here. So that's how you're getting those weird things. But it's easier to think of this sort of as scoops. Let's sort of do this. And what that's going to do is it's going to give you that visual story that you're thinking of. But you're also telling the story that these are, like, it's almost like a figure, or not a figure eight, but like a peanut shape. It kind of does that. You get your hole in here. And just doing that, you're giving that implication of those ridges that you're seeing without making them just like little fins. Because it's an anomaly for them to be that ridgy. And so giving them something that looks like that and then actually turning this piece into this, which it does. Right, this comes down and this sort of does this, but this is the hole. So this punches up and you get like this little fin here. And then this sort of does this. And from back here, if you look at this side, right? Here, let's go to my dirty blue. You know, it looks like a cavity as opposed to something with these two fins in it. And remember that, you know, these aren't scans of skulls. You're making a sculpt. So they're signifiers. So we're trying to find those moments that are the identifiers for that signifier. And I think that, you know, doing it like, getting it to where you have the suggestion of the cavity back here. This comes in. And then don't think of these as rigid or as fins, right? They're structural. So, you know, make sure that this is coming up to it. Make sure that that's coming down to it, where it looks more like, you know, a cave that has like a cut in water line or something, as opposed to just fins, because even if you find a skull that looks like that, no one's going to understand that as a skull. They're going to be like, what in God's name is that? And you can show them the references all day and they're going to be like, well, great, you found, John Merrick's skull, but that doesn't mean, people are going to psychologically protest against that. So keeping it simpler, and I mean, to be deadly honest, I don't even put these in there. 99% of my skulls just have the implication there, maybe a little ridge where there's a change in shape here. And it reads a little bit more skull-like. And like I said, especially with skulls, you can find a skull that does anything, So I would tend to say simplify that just so it's not a trigger. And that's just going to be a lot less distracting than that. Right? And you can imply it, but that just becomes, it's very distracting. Right? That. Or that. I think this might be a little long, but once again, it's always hard because you're like, oh, well, I took it off this photo reference. It's that long, so fine. It might be that long. But this just seems a little long. Come on. Yeah, maybe not. This is feeling long for some reason. You see what I mean? You're just implying this like ridge there, right? As opposed to actually putting in there. Because it just looks, it winds up looking funny. Yeah, no, I guess your distance is okay there. Is it the, no, I think the jaw might be pinching. And that's what's making it look longer. So if this is actually out here, I know I'm moving things around pretty roughly. I think that's what it is that your jaw was pinching, and that's what's making it look long to me. Come on, get back there. Right. See how this is very pointy? Where see through? Is there anybody close to this angle? Not really. But you can see that, and I know this is the wrong angle. Hold on, let's do this. Give you, where was that guy? There was a guy up here that was pretty close. Yeah. All right, let's just go with that. No, let's push that guy. Let's go with that. So see, your jaw is coming very far out. You're not getting the cheek transition here. So that's what it is. Okay, so these come in. This is actually tucking well up under that cheekbone because it's hinging back in here, and I think that is kind of, because right now you're not getting a return on this cheekbone. So if you think about what's happening here, right, you're missing sort of this angle, right? Because what you have is this, and that's making this look, right, you've basically erased the cheekbone by this coming this far out. So I think that it is that silhouette is what we're missing over here. And that's what's making it look long, because we're looking for this return, but it's looking like that return. You see what I mean? Just because how that hump is, it almost looks like the cheekbone goes all the way up there, or the jawbone goes all the way up there. There's no transition here, right? This does that. So we missed, this transition becomes missing. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Turn sort of into two fishes. Yeah. Yeah, just watch out about your silhouettes and see how those bones seat together.
It might have been an effect of perspective mode.
Yeah, exactly. Because still, I still feel that bottom, that this is long. I could be wrong. It just reads wrong, or reads long to me. But like I said, perspective could have a lot to do with that. Okay. Is that it?
Cheers. Do mine,
Where's
and
yours?
then that's it. It's in Dropbox now.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I thought you were uploading.
It was.
So confused. There. Boop. 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 Oh, is this the new working over of the ring?
Yeah, you've seen this before. This was actually homework for your class.
But you changed it, right?
August.
I mean, didn't you say you changed it quite a bit?
Mm-hmm.
You made it not so eyeball-y or something like that?
No, it's far more eyeball-y. I have a couple different working versions
okay.
of this ring, but I do want to perfect the eyeball version.
You know what? I still have that glass eyeball I'm supposed to be building a ring around. All right. Okay. So to get eyeball-y, I would start smooth and flat first, right? Because you're going to rarely see, and I know this started out as vein stuff, right? Is that where we wound up with the texture?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But none of that texture is deep enough to show up anyway. I just didn't take the time to smooth it all out. It's going to appear flat.
Pshaw on that, my friend.
I have a cast of this already. I know that texture is not going to come out.
I know. But anything that you put onto it is no longer affiliating with a smooth surface. Don't be a lazy turd. You Humpty Dumpty Lumpty. All right. All right. The first thing I say, and then you're like, nope, that's not right. I see how you are. You're a lousy student, it seems. No, that wasn't it. Nope, that's not what I was trying to do.
I mean, that is what I was trying to do. Make it smooth. And then I was just like,
Yeah,
this crap's not going to show up anyway. Why bother?
Because it muffs your shape up. And this is all you had to do to get it smooth. You even have the subdivision levels to do it.
I sure do.
You couldn't even be bothered to lower subdivision levels and then smooth it. I see how you are. You're a very bad student. Bad, Henry. So see, now all your surfaces are falling away from your iris as opposed to being on level or in front of your iris. Mm-hmm. So that gives you at least a guideline for your radial lines, right?
Mm-hmm.
You wanted a little lip there, correct?
Well, I don't know what I want.
To separate.
I want the eye to look good. I don't know how to do it. I know that the version that I have, the eye looks like trash. It just looks like a really boring, wonky oval thing in the middle of my beautiful ring.
In the middle of my beautiful ring. So I would make sure, because before you're, see, you know what I didn't do again? Duplicate. Take you back to ground zero. Boop. All right. So let's hide this real quick. So first of all, this is lumpy. Second of all, see how your iris crosses under this sort of penetration socket thing? See what I mean? See that right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see it. Yep.
So I would have the iris on the inside of that. Just breaking the iris doesn't make any sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's such an identifying factor for an eye, that you'd have to have a very sound mechanical reason to convince me that that's a good idea.
I don't.
Yeah, I didn't think so. All right, and so now we have a little eye. Now I think that let's do. I'm gonna come over here. Clay tubes. Boo. X, Y, and Z. Da-da. I'm gonna give this a little ridge. And then we'll smooth that out. But it kind of gives us sort of a reflective edge there that sort of looks like it's sitting on something, or that there is something behind it, or, you know, it's within context of a frame. That eyes have frames. And so that pulls it in front of something, if that makes any sense. And we're not going to see much of it, but just a hint of it there, right?
We'll see a hint of it, which is a big change from the last version. That it didn't used to have an edge at all. The eye flowed straight into the branches all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's one of the biggest problems for that. Yeah.
So we're just giving it a little bit. It's not a whole lot. And then here, let us... I'm going to cheese this out and use radial symmetry as opposed to doing it... as opposed to laying them all in by hand initially. Let's high res. I find that if you take a fat clay tubes and get your count up high enough where they cross over one another, and I'm going to be a little melodramatic here, right? I would do this more subtly, but see how when you cross over one another, you get that irisy feel?
Mm-hmm.
Because you get the thinner sort of fibrous stuff in the center, and then it spreads out. I tend to use radial symmetry in clay tubes. Shocking. As my first step. Mm-hmm. And then I'll SK trim and sort of flatten it out. Wait, I know that's shocking too, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever...
What is this
SK?
SK you speak of? And then I would come back in with very soft cracks. And I probably wouldn't use radial on this. I would probably come back in and do this by hand. But I'm not going to sit here and do all this by hand. And have them be shallower towards the center. Kind of get deeper as you go out. And that, once again, is kind of creating sort of that fibrous feel. Right? And break it up so it's not radial symmetried. And you can see just wiggling around a little, but have, you know, sort of that fibrous fill. And now here's the big trick question issue is when sculpting eyes, right? You have your iris and then you have your pupil. And there is no pupil identifier here, right? It's just round. And I think that might be one of the issues of it or struggling with it looking like an eye. And so there are a handful of things. There's turn symmetry off. There is the choose the one highlight. I don't know where you clay build up. Let's use that. I know. Rare, right? You never hear me say that. Something like that, because then that's a little small if you're not going to have the center edge. So these work. Okay, let's get into sculpting eyes. So where's clay tubes radial? So often how you do pupils is you have an internal slope, right? That's sort of a flat reflector or scoop. And then you have the random highlight. I would suggest continuing to do this with radial and be more careful. But, right, so now you're getting this reflective plane, which gives you this nice swoop, right? It'll whip around because it's smooth. And this will just read as a bright highlight in the center, right? And that's the implication of the round. So there's this, but this also leads to, and you'll see this one a lot. I use it a lot because it's just fast. Right?
Oh, the swooshy.
That's C. You know? And this is a very common eye vocabulary as well. And basically you're just getting the pupil to reflect differently than the iris, and that's going to read dark, and see how that reads as an eye, because there's sort of that reflection in there. So I think deciding on an eye or on a pupil style is going to be your main decision on that, and I think that's what's going to make it an eye, is how you decide to do this. So let's come over here. All right, see, there's the scoop with just the highlight. That's a little C. That's the cone with just a scoop out, right? So I think figuring out how you want to create your pupil is what's going to make it look like an eye, as opposed to just a half round lumpty dumpty thing, right? Because that gives directionality of view, right? You know, the eye is doing something. And you can see that the C is really sort of the classical fast, just super easy way of doing it. Now, if you really want something to look as if it is looking at something or someone, this half round scoop, but you see what I mean? It's a scoop in and then a deeper pupil. And that way you get sort of the reflection, but there is no sculpted iris then, right? Because the iris is this scoop, right? The scoop is the iris, and then you have the little deep thing in there. So that's where, so you have that, or duplicate. X. Y100. SK trim.
Whoops.
Ooh. Smaller brush. Hmm? That many radial points coming down to that little surface. Don't cut it. And then you have your little and usually the highlight breaks that surface.
Mm-hmm.
And that's implying the round, right? You're getting that reflection on the surface. So, you know, that gives you, see how you're getting the dark and the light, then that's all dark. So having a scoop as the iris often works in sculpture, right? In jewelry, you know, it depends. I mean, because, you know, that still sort of reads as an iris going on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. You need to kind of duplicate. Boom.
I think I like that. The in. So I was worried about when you look at it from the side, if I went in instead of up, like a little volcano, that just looking at it from the side would just be too boring because there's nothing coming up.
No, as long as you make it a scoop.
Mm-hmm.
Because the scoop is what is allowing the reflection to kind of travel. See how you're getting that rotation in the iris?
Mm-hmm.
And so even looking from the side, you're still getting a reflection story as long as there's a scoop there.
Yeah, I think I'm sold on that.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. And then
Yeah, I wonder if we're not getting too thin in the center now. I might need to make the flower on the backside a little thicker.
why did like why didn't that work? Even without the flower, you're
Oh yeah, no, that's fine.
I mean, you're 2 mil. And that's not even including the flower.
It's hard to tell.
You're totally fine. It'll be great. Watch it completely blow out, and I'll be like, I don't know. Why would you ever make it so thin there?
That'll be Rio Grande.
Blame Tomas. They'll be like, okay. I don't think they would hesitate for a second to blame me. I don't think anyone would hesitate for a second to blame me, to be fair. Because I am willing to take one for the team.
I'll give him your number. He told me to do it. Call.
Yeah, to be fair, they already have my number. They'll be like, oh yeah, him. And then, and you know, you can leave sort of that iris texture in just so you're selling that iris point if that's something you want to do. Wrong direction. Boop, boop. Right.
Butermus.
And then you throw it in there. And that looks like an eye. As opposed to just
A strange volcano.
right. This strange liney volcano. And, you know, even here you can still do you can still do a very subtle C. Where it's not standing out quite as much.
Hmm.
Right. You can play with how you want.
Yeah.
I would definitely put a reflection in there. Otherwise, it just looks like a machine. You know, you don't have that, you know, sort of like what I was saying with the skull earlier, right? You know, you can make it photorealistic, but there is a vocabulary that we're used to seeing. And I would find one that you like and throw the pupil reflection in there somehow or another.
Yeah.
Don't let it go, because it will look like, you know, some weirdo thing if you don't.
Cool. And I punched up the contrast on everything else and used your sort of SK twist and then fill on the bundles of wires that go into the eye, because they didn't cast as well as I'd hoped. They were just too thin.
You might want. That's so annoying. Come on, select. I don't know. With these last couple updates, that tapping Alt to select my subtool, it's been really persnickety. Here I would.
Yeah. My version, before you smooth it all out, covered that kind of stuff up.
That's so frustrating. Oh, listen. We have a higher resolution. Come on. You can do it. There we go. I would probably have this going. That is totally not the tool I was looking for. What do we have going on there? We don't want symmetry on. I don't know what I've just done to the other half of your ring. We're going to pretend that never happened. Yeah. And I know
When I work, I use 2-point radial, so it does both sides.
Oh, okay. I think I might have porked the pooch on that one, but now I'm going to get banned from YouTube because they've identified a song. But have it appear, and I'm just doing this with edges so you can see the directionality a little. Can all you slide. Boop. Don't crash. Why are you chugging like that?
Crash. I don't have time for that.
Nope. Damn it, Jim. Okay. Nope. What's it doing? What is it choking on? Oh. I guess. No? Look at that. It's just like, Wow.
While it thinks, I just uploaded 3 pictures of the physical cast into Discord, so you can sort of see the little volcano.
Where did you put it?
I put it in Hub
You
because I knew you'd be in general.
You're a turd. That's nice. It looks like a little volcano.
It's a gorgeous little volcano.
So where did that plug go compared to that one?
What you talking about?
So you have this. Where'd it go over here? Oh, there it is. Never mind. I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
I
definitely...
mean, I just my cell phone camera. It's not.
Yeah. No. No, I was just... I saw this and I thought it was that because your surface is not smooth. Yeah.
Yeah. cute little Pokemon. That's why I worked on it.
Oh, you're kidding me. What are you doing? You're killing me. Being all kvetchy, it's like, what have you done to me? Get it going into it and make it appear. Let's see, that's even flat. I think you get what I'm saying. You picking up what I'm laying down over here?
More in Go.
All right. And I'll tell you what, looking at your model, I can't believe I'm going to say this. If you use, it's really hard for me to say. If you use standard tool with, I can't put, okay. With a round alpha.
Okay.
Let's try that one. And you come in and you go over the, no, that is, I need it softer than that.
Oh, what?
And you don't make these flat. You're going to get more separation.
The whole time I was working on those, I was like, oh, I'm making these so flat. Tomas is going to love this. The whole time, I was like, with every stroke, I was like, yes, this is what Tomas wants.
So why do I say use flat instead of rounds? Because rounds homogenize your surface, but it separates everything very badly, right? You lose surface continuity, right? Well, here we don't want surface continuity. We want things to look like little wires. Let me look at your picture again and just make sure I'm not giving you absolutely crap information.
Well, in the previous version, they weren't deep enough to really cast terribly well.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they do come out in the picture, but in real life,
Yeah.
you really got to get any of that.
I think that rounds are going to do you better on these, because what it's going to do is create that bright highlight, and that bright highlight is going to separate these wires.
It'll cast better too.
Yeah.
So that I'm furious at you, but that's fine.
I never told you to flatten those out.
Right.
There are times to use half rounds. When you're making a bunch of rounds. You're making things that are supposed to look round. But because you have the half round, you get better separation between them. And I did preface that I can't believe I'm actually going to say this in public. You're like, I can't believe you said that. I spent months trying to make those flat. Like, you're a jerk. Do I have to now make a video on when to use rounds?
Maybe.
I thought I went through that with my very, very, very first video about reflective surfaces.
Yeah, you probably did.
But I know you'll very rarely hear me say that. Right, just make it look like it's going in.
Mm.
As opposed to how you flatten this side out like this. I don't know what you did over here.
Yeah, that's how I think that model.
Okay.
I think the only other thing I really changed is the very bottom. That detail shows up a little bit, but mostly those are just big black cavities in the, what do you call that? The part that I'm going to smash against the bar when I'm drunk.
Oh, the shank?
Yeah. But like the cap that's on the bottom of it, so I don't smash my details away.
My striking plate?
Yeah, the strike plate. In the cast version, those two areas to the left and right of the cap itself are just big black holes.
Okay,
So
are you ready for this?
Yeah, flatten them out.
Yeah, it's because these are rounds.
Well, completely different now than it was in the cast version. I punched them up really high so they didn't just get polished off again.
Right, but I still think that doing these as steps is going to, because the difference between doing it as such and then these are still bright lines, and look at how dark all that is. What this gives you, and I would make them taper, taper down. Don't make them totally flat. They should be like a saw blade as opposed to a step.
Mm-hmm.
But what this does is when it's sulfured, it gives you a bright spot up here, but it's a nice gray transition, where here you get this hot white line because it looks like you used a standard tool here instead of clay tubes. You just told me to use that.
I don't remember. I don't remember what I used.
But so if we're coming in here, that's not symmetry. I need Z symmetry. So next week we're going to work on Excel spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Is that what I should stream?
No,
Tomas trying to figure out Excel spreadsheets.
definitely not.
No, it's
Not on Pixologic.
yeah. No, there would be way too much cussing for a family stream. Slide, boop. So if you do something in that vein, it's going to give you bright here, but instead of this just being deep and dark, you're going to get a transitional gray back. Does that make sense?
It sure does.
And see how I've made that a flat reflective plane. Here, these are all very round. So you're getting just one little highlight here where I'm getting this whole edge as a highlight. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the only thing here that's going to be dark black is this. Ja.
Ja.
As opposed to these little
Boy.
anemic lines.
Yeah, I think that'll actually solve the problem I was trying to solve, where my method would just still have a big black void and some stuff poking out of it.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
Cool.
Right on, right on. Look at you go. Getting there,
It'll
getting
be
there.
for sale in 2 weeks.
What's that?
Said it'll be for sale in 2 weeks.
The other thing I might do is square this up just a touch. I know that, you know, you were trying to get that motion, but I feel that it looks like you just kind of accidentally moved one instead of, oh, see, here I go, have symmetry again. Now I mangled all of that. But, turn symmetry off. I think that if you square this up a little, it'll actually look like a mechanical fixture. You see what I mean? Where here it just kind of looks like you accidentally pushed one side down a little more or the other. Something to think about.
That could be.
You're like, that could have happened? Is that what you're saying? Fair enough. So make that a little bit more mechanical. This is a lumpy curve, but I'm gonna. Oh no.
My wife says that about me all the time.
I bet she does. Hey, lumpy curve. What's for dinner?
She gets so lumpy.
What happened to you?
Pandemic. Look at that for years.
How'd you do that? It's like I've been sitting in a chair for 14 years. Get off my back. I guess that's not the appropriate response for a wife. It's like, I didn't used to be fat, but sadly, I've been sitting in a chair for the last 16 years. And I don't have a group of friends that make me leave the house anymore. I had friends who'd be like, hey, stupid, come on. I'm like, what? But those days are gone. It's so lumpy. All right, I'm gonna stop. But that's, look at that dent.
What are you just trying to make it less lumpy?
Yeah.
Bah.
But I can't. It's just intrinsically lumpy. Okay. Fine.
That's how I work, man. I work lumpy.
You're like, I don't even understand. It took me a long time to get that lump in there.
I do it.
I know. I guess stop. It makes no sense. Your lumpy looks better. I'm all like, it can't be lumpy. All right. All right. So
That's it.
I think that's it. Are there any other questions or anything before I decide to pull the trigger on this one? Or I guess it would be ripcord or...
Yeah.
Okie dokie. So YouTube, if you like what you see, push like. It's important. It changes the algorithms for how our live videos are compared to saved videos. So push like. It's important. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And if you have any questions, put them in the comments below. And either I or someone at Pixologic will answer your question. I want to thank Pixologic for letting me stream again. And come look at ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. That's my education platform. And I really have to get better at this exiting monologue thing. The YouTube stuff got a little smoother there.
Say the Discord.
Oh, Discord. Yeah, see, there's a link to our Discord. Join our Discord. It's a pretty lively community, and we keep getting some really, really cooler and cooler people joining. Not that the people who haven't joined or had joined are less cool than the people who are joined. You get it. You know what I'm saying. We're getting bigger. Our communities get big. John Dreyer, a custom stonecutter, joined last week. That's exciting. He's awesome.
We're getting famous people.
We're getting
joining our community. More famous people.
What are you saying? Are you calling me a dud? No. All right. If you don't have ZBrush, buy ZBrush. If you can't afford ZBrush, rent ZBrush. Or pay monthly. And try ZBrush Core. It's fun.
We got free tutorials.
We do have free tutorials. If you need an anatomy book, we get a discount on that anatomy
for sculptors.
Anatomy for Sculptors, yeah. So it's a good book. I like it a lot.
I think that's about it.
Yeah, that's all I got. Okey-dokey.
If you want dry brushes and a video about scaling ZBrush, sign up for our newsletter.
Oh, I suck at driving people to our newsletter. I'm really not good at that. Shane's so good at it. I'm really not good at it. Okay. Is that it? I think I should just hire someone to do the closing monologue because I'm really not good at it.
For you.
I'm getting better,
You
though.
just move like a puppet. I don't know.
All right. Thank you guys for continuing to stay with us, and I will see you next week. Next week will be crit, right? Next week's the first weekend of the month.
Next week is crits. Submit your files. Upload early. Upload often.
Upload early, upload often. And the week after that is the live streamer challenge. I think that we're going to be doing only subtractive sculpting week after next. Well,
that's gonna be rough.
I did that for years, so it's not
Well, real life.
It's kind of what I did for a living for a long time, so I think I have a good approach on this one. All right. I just have to pick something better than an avocado. I thought I was going to kill that one. That one really came back to haunt me.
Just do a mitten.
I'm going to do a mitten. I'm going to kick that mitten's butt. All right. Thank you, everyone, and